Chapter 2470. Su Yu removed the blindfold, released the space realm, and hurried on his way. He was weighing the pros and cons in his mind. His trip to an 8-star civilization was unpredictable. It was best not to remove the blindfold and expose his expertise in the 8 great supreme martial artist domains. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Half a day later, he successfully returned to the Azure Dragon civilization. Because of the battle between Su Yu and Xiaoyaro Sun, the entire East region divine mana had fled. In the Azure Dragon civilization, except for the low-level martial artists and ordinary people who could not cross the void, everyone else had left. It's empty. Su Yu's heart was filled with a sense of disappointment and relief. He was disappointed that he could not see Xiana. He was relieved that Luo Shui had done as he had said. He had not returned for a month, and she had left with Xiana. Thinking of this, he removed the blindfold again, used the space realm, and arrived at the Forbidden Forest. Before the battle, he had asked Huang Fui to wait here. But now, the Forbidden Forest was empty, and there was a long ravine nearby. He must have gone to an 8-star civilization, right? Su Yu thought to himself. He had wanted to teach Huang Fui personally. Sighing, he came to an abandoned civilization outside the Colored Glaze civilization. Master. Meng Qie appeared with a hidden fleet and stepped forward respectfully. In the past few months, the news of the battle between Su Yu and Xiaoyaro Sun had spread throughout the entire region. These former pirates respected Su Yu as if he were a god. They did not even dare to breathe in front of him. Did anyone come here a few months ago? Su Yu asked. Meng Qie nodded. Yes, a woman named Luo Shui brought a pregnant woman. They had Master's token, and then they entered the main ship and never came out again. Su Yu did not say a word. He came to the main ship where Xie Xiaoye used to be. On her main ship, there was a mountain overflowing with evil energy. It was from that mountain that Xie Xiaoye had excavated many treasures, allowing her to quickly establish her own pirate fleet. But back then, the evil energy in the mountain was too strong. With Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye's abilities, they could not open it. Now, he came to the main ship and stood in front of the small mountain. Many of the seals on the mountain had long been broken, revealing the object in the deepest part of the mountain. Back then, Su Yu had discovered from Xiao Dai's perspective that there was a divine item at the level of a Taoist artifact sealed in the innermost part. Now, they could already see the thing that had broken the seal. An ancient formation. Just as I expected, Su Yu muttered. There was a groove on the ancient formation, and it looked like something had to be inserted into it. Su Yu silently took out a token. It was the token that Xie Sanren had dropped after his death. Sealed within the command medallion was a sliver of the space-time sovereign's power. Unfortunately, Su Yu was just able to fit the badge into the groove. Creak, the power in the token surged into the formation and activated it. Powerful waves of light were emitted from the ancient formation. As it turned out, when Su Yu had obtained the token from Xie Sanren's hand, he had realized that this item had the same aura as the doctrine artifact that he had sensed in Xie Xiaoye's small mountain. On top of that, evil Sanren had the support of the so-called space-time dominator. He was sure that this token was the treasure that Xie Sanren had used to travel between 8-star civilizations. Hence, Su Yu had asked Luo Shui to bring Qin Xiana here. The reason for that was because he had predicted that apart from the token, there would also be a corresponding ancient formation on the hill. Everything was as he had predicted, without the slightest error. I just don't know if this transportation formation is a directional transmission or a random transmission, Su Yu murmured as he jumped onto the ancient formation. A beam of light shot into the sky and took Su Yu away. In an instant, a violent force that could tear his body apart swept him away, instantly breaking through the ancient formation of the 8-star civilization. The force of the impact was too great. Even as Master Xian, he could not withstand such a strong impact and fainted on the spot. In a daze, he felt someone moving his body, and he suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a spacious, cold stone platform. As vigilant as he was, he immediately got up, squatted down, and looked around. What he saw was a vast scene of tens of thousands of master domains crisscrossing. The domain of 10,000 paths encompassed everything between heaven and earth, including pavilions, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, spiritual mountains, and treasure veins. In the domain, people came and went, and it was unusually lively. At the entrance of the domain of 10,000 paths, 3 heavy words came into view. Supreme One Faction. Suyu was startled. This is a faction. There were no man-made buildings in the entire faction. Everything was built by the domain. The number of domains was as many as 10,000. In the outer realm, this was simply unimaginable. All the pathmasters in the outer realm added up to only tens of thousands. And who could organize 10,000 of them to maintain a faction for 10,000 generations? It was impossible. In addition, the special power that the pathmasters in the outer realm needed to cultivate could only be found in special areas like the Glaze Ancient Cave. But here, it was in the atmosphere. Although it was very thin, it was much better than having none at all. What surprised Suyu the most was that when he casually glanced at the crowd, there was no one whose cultivation was lower than the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Even children in their teens had the cultivation of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. The yellow pathmaster was extremely common. All the young people had reached the level of the yellow pathmaster. The most terrifying thing was that there were a few young people whose cultivation had reached the level of Master Xian. They were not much older than Suyu. This must be an 8-star civilization, right? Suyu was shocked for a long time. He had imagined the glory of an 8-star civilization and was mentally prepared for its prosperity. But when he really came to an 8-star civilization, he found that the gap between the two sides was beyond imagination. In an 8-star civilization, Suyu could be called a peerless heaven ruler. 150 years old Master Xian could be called a legendary existence in the outer realm. However, in an 8-star civilization, people like Suyu were not as common as the hairs on a cow, but they were not extremely rare. His mind was shaken. It took a long time for him to recover and slowly stand up. Hey, another one who was scared silly. Did you see that? 2 young men in uniform walked by and sneered at Suyu. It was as if they were looking at a country bumpkin who had just entered the city. Suyu's mind was calm and he did not feel inferior. These people were just lucky to be born in such a privileged environment. Even so, their cultivation was only at the level of the yellow pathmaster. On the other hand, Suyu had cultivated to the level of Master Xian in the harsh environment of the outer realm and the scarcity of resources. He was far above them. What did he have to feel inferior about? Chapter 2471. Suyu paid no attention to their sneers as he quietly observed his surroundings. He found that people were constantly being teleported over near the platform he was standing on. It turned out that the platform was a transportation station. Most of the people who were teleported had the same reaction as Suyu. They were shocked by the extraordinary and wonderful things of the Greater One sect. Soon, the platform stopped operating, and no more people were teleported over. Near the platform stood tens of thousands of people dressed in different clothes. They looked around in confusion and kept talking to each other, trying to get closer to each other. Silence. At that moment, a cold voice cut across the sky. A very powerful force of the Xian Pathmaster descended on the platform. A middle-aged bird-like creature with black wings on his back flew out from the Greater One sect in a dignified manner. He looked down at the tens of thousands of people on the ground and said, "I am the 3rd steward of the Greater One sect." Although the crowd did not know the identity of the steward, they could guess from the respectful gazes of the people of the Greater One sect that this person was definitely someone with a high position in the Greater One sect. Hence, they all quietened down. First of all, I want to congratulate you for being randomly selected to the Greater One sect. Secondly, no matter where you were recruited from now on, you are all people of the Greater One sect. Hearing this, Suyu was slightly surprised. Recruited? Was the 3rd steward referring to the recruitment of the 8-star civilizations? But the recruitment targets were not only from the outer regions, but also from other places. He was slightly puzzled. Do you have any questions? The 3rd steward asked. One of the young pathmasters who boasted of his good cultivation asked bravely, 3rd steward, why are there so many people in the recruitment of the 8-star civilizations? And these people are not from our region. Hearing that, the third steward looked solemn, and some of the people of the Greater One sect were already laughing out loud. That's enough. Every time there is a recruitment, there is always a frog at the bottom of a well who asks such a stupid question. The third steward cast a sidelong glance at the young man who asked the question and said calmly, "It's very simple. You will understand once you look at this ancient map." He raised his finger, and a vast map appeared in the sky. Most of the space on it depicted a place called the Dream Broken Boundary. At the edge of the realm of dreams, there were many hair-thin lines densely covering the border of the realm of dreams. From afar, it looked like a thick layer of hair growing on the world of dreams. What made Su Yu's breathing quicken was that one of the hairs had the words Outer World written on it. Extraterritorial world. Su Yu was shocked. Compared to the dream-broken world, the vast extraterritorial world was just a hair. Moreover, this map was obviously not the complete version of the 8-star civilization. It was just a corner of it. When the people from the small worlds who had already quietened down realized that the place where they came from was like a strand of hair compared to the world of dreams, they all revealed expressions of astonishment, disbelief, or shock. They really couldn't accept that the world that gave birth to them and raised them was actually so small. That's all. Now, it's time for me to explain the situation to you, the third deacon said in a dignified tone. Although you were fortunate enough to pass the recruitment, but this does not mean that you will definitely become an official disciple of Greater One sect. The youth that first asked again, "May I ask the third steward, is there a distinction between formal and informal disciples of Greater One sect?" "Yes, you can say that." The third deacon said, "There are only two kinds of disciples in the Greater One sect. One is official, and the other is slaves. You newcomers can only be slaves for the time being." "What? Slaves? Did I hear that right? Slaves?" In their own regions, they were the cream of the crop, the cream of the crop. Yet here at the Greater One sect, there was a possibility that they could become slaves. This was truly too difficult to accept. The youth that asked the question said righteously, "Third steward, did you recruit us to make us slaves? If that's the case, forgive us for not being able to accept it." Most of them had come under orders to successfully enter an 8-star civilization before the end of the era. After they had mastered their studies, they would return to help their own civilization avoid the destruction of the era. How could they tolerate being slaves in an 8-star civilization? We have all been deceived. Many of the young talents were instantly enraged, feeling that they had been deceived. Let's go. Without the Greater One sect, we can still live well. That's right. An 8-star civilization is extremely prosperous. Why should we submit to the Greater One sect as slaves? Under the instigation of some people, thousands of young talents chose to leave one after another. Su Yu had originally planned to follow them, but he was keenly aware that neither the third steward nor the Greater One sect members stopped them. This caused him to slowly retract his footsteps. The youth that asked the question first was also extremely astute. He had already taken a step forward, but now he quietly retracted his footsteps. The 1,000 aggressive young talents thought that they had the advantage in numbers, so the Greater One sect did not stop them. Valiantly and energetically, they walked down the stairs of the platform, down the mountain gate of the Greater One sect, and arrived at the foot of the mountain. In front of them was a prosperous world. Treasures that were rarely seen in their hometown were everywhere. Even the weeds on the roadside could be picked up casually. In their hometown, they would be the best of the best. With such a generous environment, even if they were pigs, they would have great achievements. What's more, each of them was extraordinary. However, not long after they left the Greater One sect, the shadow of an hourglass appeared on top of their heads at the same time. There was only a thin layer of dust in the hourglass, and it was constantly dripping down. The group of people suddenly noticed the abnormality and were all surprised. Some of them immediately retreated to the area of the Greater One sect, and the hourglass immediately disappeared. There were also 300 or 400 extremely arrogant people who felt that since they had already left the Greater One sect, it would be beneath their dignity to go back, so they braced themselves to observe the changes in the hourglass. Drip, when the last drop of the hourglass fell completely, a strange scene appeared. 391 young talents, regardless of their cultivation, whether they were strong or not, regardless of whether they were good or bad, and regardless of whether they were good or bad. At the same time, their eyelids rolled, and they died. That's right. They were all dead. On the platform, more than 10,000 young talents sucked in a breath of cold air. Those young talents who came back in time and were lucky enough to escape the disaster had cold hands and feet, and secretly rejoiced. If they hesitated for a moment, they would follow in the footsteps of those people. Hee, only 391 stupid pigs died. This should be the best in the past few years, right? A Greater One sect member laughed mockingly. Another gatekeeper said, "This year, there are indeed many smart people. The highest number of deaths was almost half of them, right? That's good, they will only listen to us if some people die." On the platform, many young talents were flustered. Chapter 2472. Is it a scheme of the Supreme Sect? How could this be? Only Su Yu knew that the hourglass was the time domain. His eyes slowly narrowed. Others could not feel it, but he could sense that the world outside the Supreme Sect was filled with endless time domains. As far as his eyes could see, everything was covered by the time domain. Moreover, the time domain was in an extreme state. Once a living being entered the domain, the flow of time would accelerate. As a result, the lifespan of living beings would be taken away by accelerated time, which was why they would suddenly die. This should be a Yuan-level realm, right? Su Yu thought to himself. He also had a time domain, but he couldn't radiate it to such a vast area. The owner of this time domain was not only unparalleled in strength, but even his domain had reached the Yuan realm. It might even be more profound than Yuan-level domains. However, he also possessed the time domain. Su Yu was completely unafraid of the harm caused by the time realm. He could walk freely outside without being affected. Of course, he couldn't show it in front of everyone. Otherwise, the first to capture him would be the Greater One sect. Who still wants to leave? My Greater One sect will not hold you back. The third master said indifferently, his hands hidden in his sleeves. After witnessing the strange deaths of 391 people with their own eyes, who would dare to walk around recklessly? When everyone quieted down, the third deacon said unhurriedly, the dream-shattered realm is under the rule of the time ruler. Apart from the sects specially granted by him, all areas are covered by his time domain. Once you leave the sect and lose the protection of the sect, your life will enter a countdown. Hearing this, the crowd burst into an uproar again. In that case, they could only stay in the Supreme Sect for the rest of their lives. Can't take a step out? Third manager, please show us the way. The young man who first asked the question asked again. This time, his attitude was much more sincere. His question was what everyone wanted to know the most. The third deacon said slowly, it's easy to say, but it's actually very easy. If you work for the Greater One sect, you will be able to obtain the Sand of Time that is unique to the Greater One sect. If you add the Sand of Time into the hourglass, you will be able to survive outside for a longer time. In other words, the Sand of Time was life. Whoever had more time would have a longer life. Of course, if he stayed in the Supreme Sect for the rest of his life, he would not waste the Sand of Time. Everyone gritted their teeth in anger. In that case, they could only be slaves to the Supreme Sect. Using the body of a slave in exchange for more Sand of Time. 1 grain of time sand is equivalent to 1 breath of time. The third deacon said, when you first came to Dream Severance Realm, there were only 10 grains of Sand of Time in the hourglass. Outside the sect, you would die in 10 breaths of time. As long as you are willing to be slaves in the Supreme Sect, and work for the Supreme Sect, every day, you will receive a time crystal. A time crystal can be converted into 5 million grains of time sand, which is equivalent to 1 day of life. If you diligently serve as a slave for 10,000 years, or make great contributions to the sect, you can be promoted to an official disciple of the Greater One sect, and receive 3 time crystals every day. Hearing this, everyone cursed in their hearts. In other words, they had to work as long as they wanted to live in the outside world, right? If you don't have any objections, then get to work. You will soon discover that the Sand of Time is not only used to go out. It also has an unexpected use, the third deacon said calmly, as if he did not have a choice. Everyone was furious, but they really had no choice but to agree. Suyu wanted to leave now, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was afraid he could not get away. He could only wait and see how things would develop. Before long, they were all led into the Supreme Sect. Following a staircase formed by the realm, they went to the underground of the Greater One Sect. While still on the staircase, they heard a clanking sound coming from underground. When they entered the underground, they found that there was another world under the Greater One Sect. The underground was an extremely vast world. Countless people of different ages were holding strange hammers, shovels, and other seemingly primitive tools, digging and digging in the underground world. At the same time, some areas that had been dug up were opened up, and some rare plants that had never been seen outside the realm were planted. Suyu only recognized one of the plants. The plant was covered with fist-sized crystals, which were filled with abundant energy to replenish the strength of the Pathmaster. He had seen it in the memory of the human demon. This thing was called Dao rice. As the name suggested, it was spirit rice for the Pathmaster to consume. Eating a grain of spirit rice, the Pathmaster could not only replenish his daily consumption, but also absorb the strength of the Pathmaster from it, gradually improving his cultivation. However, this thing had long been extinct, at least in the outer realm. He did not expect to find it here. Other than that, there were crops such as potatoes and cucumbers, but without exception, they were all top-notch ingredients for the Pathmaster to consume. Then, some areas were opened up to make divine weapons, charms, and other things needed by the faction. Most of the people who were engaged in this labor were slaves. The disciples of the Greater One Sect, who lived like princes, were merely supervising from the side. Your division of labor will be decided by drawing lots. Whatever you draw, you will do. You can draw lots once a month to change the division of labor. The third steward took out a giant bamboo tube, which contained tens of thousands of bamboo lots. Everyone stepped forward and drew their own bamboo lots. The bamboo lot that Suyu drew was engraved with the words farming. An old slave, who was carrying oars, glanced at Suyu as he passed by, and could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Kid, you are quite lucky. Among the 10,000 lots, there are only 10 farming lots. You are lucky to have drawn it on your first time here." It seemed like farming was the easiest of all the jobs. Mining, on the other hand, was the most tiring work. Suyu was slightly puzzled. It was just mining. Did it have to be so exaggerated for the Pathmaster? All right, go and report to your respective posts. Suyu came to the vegetable field with the bamboo lot in his hand, and handed it to a supervising female Greater One Sect disciple. Her figure was slender, and her appearance could be considered pretty, but there was a hint of Philistinism and harshness between her brows. "Newcomer, you are in charge of the vegetable field in the north. Today's task is to plant 100 grains of rice." The female disciple threw a hoe to Suyu, and said with a faint smile. Suyu picked up the hoe. It did not seem special, except that it was heavier. The vegetable field in the north was a new vegetable field that had yet to be cultivated. Suyu picked up the hoe and began to cultivate the land casually. Unexpectedly, not only did the hoe not dig a hole, but it also created a series of sparks on the ground. Looking at the vegetable field again, there was only a mark left. Suyu was stunned. Although he had just casually waved the hoe, the strength he used was at least at the level of Yellow Pathmaster. If this was outside the area, he would have dug through a small civilization. In the end, he only managed to dig out a shallow white mark here. What kind of soil was this? Chapter 2473. Suyu tried again, secretly using the power close to the Great Venerable Realm. However, it still produced a series of sparks. Moreover, he only managed to dig a dent as thick as a finger, which was far from enough to bury a seed. Suyu estimated that with his current speed, it would be difficult for him to dig 100 pits in a day. He looked up at the female supervisor and asked, "What if I can't complete the task?" The female supervisor said with a faint smile, "You will understand at night." Judging from her attitude, if he really couldn't complete the task, the consequences would be quite serious. Suyu could only be a little more serious and meticulously cultivate the vegetable field. At first, he was very slow, but after getting used to it, he sped up a little. Therefore, in the evening, he successfully planted 100 grains of Dao rice. He put down the hoe and looked up. He saw several old slaves who had been working in the vegetable field for a long time. They had already finished cultivating and were receiving today's time crystal from the female supervisor. As Su Yu walked over, the female supervisor looked at him in surprise. It was extremely difficult for a normal Master Huang, even if he was at the later stage of the Great Venerable Realm, to cultivate 100 grains of Dao rice in a day. She had given this task to make things difficult for Su Yu, to let him understand the rules, and to bribe her with some benefits. Unexpectedly, Su Yu not only finished within the allotted time, but also slightly exceeded it. He was almost comparable to those old slaves. She didn't know that Su Yu's real cultivation level was that of Master Xian. Master Huang might be exhausted and unable to complete the task, but Su Yu would be relatively relaxed. The task has been completed. Today's time crystal. The female supervisor took out a beige time crystal and gave it to Su Yu. Then, she said, tomorrow, you will open a vegetable field in the northern region. Your task is 200 grains of Dao rice. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. He thought that if he tried his best, he should be able to complete 200 grains of Dao rice. However, the female supervisor was obviously making things difficult for him. His lips moved, but he finally fell silent. He noticed that the female supervisor's hand in her sleeve moved slightly, as if she had grasped something. She was waiting for Su Yu to resist and find a reason to attack. Yes, Su Yu said calmly. Hearing this, the female supervisor's eyes flashed with vague disappointment. She nodded lightly and said, okay. After finishing the day's work, Su Yu disappeared. Seeing a group of people walking toward a huge cave in the underground mine, he followed them. He had just taken a few steps when someone bumped into his arm. Turning his head, he saw a skinny, haggard middle-aged man with a pair of sunken eyes and a bitter expression. He lowered his voice and said to Su Yu, fortunately, you didn't make a sound. Otherwise, you would have been whipped just now. Even a hoe in this place was unusually hard, so Su Yu didn't think that the so-called whip was an ordinary whip. If he really got hit by it, it would probably not feel good. As expected, that female supervisor was indeed looking for an opportunity to punish him. Thank you for reminding me. Su Yu smiled and kept his distance. In an unfamiliar environment and with strangers, it was best to remain vigilant. We're all people with hard lives. It's what we should do. The middle-aged man patted Su Yu's shoulder. My name is Old Jin, and I come from an extraterrestrial world. I have been here for 9,000 years. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Hearing this, Su Yu's mouth twitched. 9,000 years. According to what the third steward had said, if one could obtain a time crystal in one day, then 9,000 years of time crystals would be enough for Old Jin to leave the Greater One sect and roam the world, right? Why was he still a slave here? My name is Su Yu. Uncle Jin, may I ask, how many time crystals have you accumulated all these years? Su Yu's eyes flashed as he asked. Old Jin laughed dryly. Take a guess. It would take at least 100 years to cross the dream-broken realm and leave this area, right? But he was still a slave, which meant that he didn't even have 100 years' worth of time crystals. Do you have 10 years' worth of time crystals? Su Yu gave a very conservative number. Hee. Old Jin shook his head and bitterly extended 9 fingers. Su Yu was surprised. 900 is not a lot. Compared to 9,000 years of labor, 900 was indeed too little. It was far from enough for him to leave the Greater One sect. It's 9. Old Jin said painfully. Even though Su Yu had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but be shocked. 9,000 years had passed, and he had only managed to accumulate 9? Wasn't this number too unbelievable? Did the Greater One sect not keep their word? Su Yu thought to himself. No. The Greater One sect still abides by the rules, never delaying a single time crystal, Old Jin said slowly. How could this be? Follow me and you'll find out. Old Jin brought Su Yu along with the huge crowd into the giant cave. He saw that it was overcrowded. Slaves were all queuing up in front of a counter to buy a roll of paper. What's that? It's your resting room tonight, Old Jin said. One scroll corresponds to one resting room. The price is half a time crystal. That was equivalent to half of a day's labor. Is it compulsory? What would happen if he didn't buy it? Old Jin shook his head. It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. But if you don't buy it, I'm afraid you won't survive the night. Why was that? This mine runs through the 9 underworlds. It's fine during the day, but at night, the 9 underworlds' evil wind blows. Once you're hit, your life force will be greatly reduced, Old Jin said. It's fine if you have a strong life force, but if you don't, you'll die that night. The 9 underworlds. Did the 9 underworlds really exist in this world? In the past, Suyu wouldn't have believed in the existence of the 9 underworlds. But everything about the 8-star civilization had changed Suyu's understanding. So, he still had reservations. Even Master Shen doesn't dare to stay in the 9 underworlds' evil wind? Suyu asked. Old Jin said, Master Shen can, but he won't last more than 3 days. After that, he'll definitely die. Is that so? As they talked, they came to the counter. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then spent half a time crystal to buy a scroll. After buying the scroll, Old Jin said, let's go eat. Suyu hesitated. At our cultivation level, we don't need to eat, do we? Looking at the large group of people walking towards another cave, Suyu felt that there must be something else going on. In the outside world, we might not need to eat, but in this mine, we won't last more than a few days without food. Old Jin said. Suyu was skeptical, but he followed her lead and came to another wide counter. Many martial artists came forward to buy food. The food was simple and coarse, without any Taoist aura. It could even be called dog food. However, all the martial artists were fighting to buy it, afraid that they would fall behind. Old Jin also joined the fight, spending half a time crystal to buy a portion. Brother Su, if you don't buy it, you will feel very uncomfortable tomorrow morning. Looking at the dark food, Suyu shook his head. No matter how uncomfortable it was better than eating this food. The two chatted for a while, and Suyu obtained information that many new people didn't know. Holding the scroll, he went to the resting room he had bought. All the resting rooms were side by side, and there was a barrier outside. Using the scroll, one could open the barrier and enter the room to rest. When he opened the resting room, he was surprised to find that the owner of the resting room next to him was the young man on the platform who had asked questions enthusiastically. Suyu remembered that the young man seemed to have won the mining lottery. Compared to the relaxed Suyu, the young man seemed like a completely different person. His clothes were very messy, and he looked very haggard and tired, as if he had experienced countless life-and-death situations. His eyes were heavy and powerless. He turned his head to look at Suyu and forced a smile. Hello. Then he moved his heavy legs and opened his resting room with great difficulty. Is it really that bad? Suyu grinned. He had thought planting rice was very tiring work. Now it seemed that mining was several times more difficult. Shrugging his shoulders, Suyu entered the resting room. The room was empty, except for 4 walls made of mysterious purple ores. So, under normal circumstances, it is basically impossible to get the time crystal from the Greater One sect to go to the outside world, Suyu sighed. A scroll cost half a time crystal, and a meal cost the last half. The time crystal that he had earned after a day of hard work had all been spent. No wonder Old Jin had only accumulated 9 time crystals in the 9,000 years he had been here. Unless there were special circumstances, he wouldn't be able to accumulate even 1 time crystal. Looking at the remaining half of the time crystal in his palm, Suyu's eyes lit up. Maybe I should stay in the Greater One sect for the time being. Through Old Jin's description, Suyu learned that all transactions in the Dream-Broken Realm were settled with time crystals. Time crystals were the currency. Crystals and doctrine coins from the outside world were the most worthless things in the Dream-Broken Realm. No one would want them even if they were thrown on the ground. Only time crystals could be used to buy what one wanted. And the place with the most things belonged to the 344 factions of the Dream-Broken Realm. The Greater One sect was one of the 344 factions. The faction stored a large number of things that were difficult to find in the outside world, and everyone in the faction, including the slaves, had the right to buy them. As long as one had the time crystal. Su Yu was completely clueless about the dream-broken realm. He didn't even know where to go. If he left the Greater One sect now, where could he go? It would be better to buy some information with the time crystal in the Greater One sect. Maybe he could find some clues about the sinful Lady Palace. Touching the time crystal in his palm, Su Yu thought for a moment and immediately focused on studying it. He found that the composition of the time crystal was very pure time domain. After thinking for a moment, he opened a corner of his eye mask and shot out a time domain. Then he clenched his fist and forcibly solidified the time domain. Tick-tock. Soon, a dark yellow crystal appeared in his palm. It looked exactly the same as the time crystal, but the color was very different. Moreover, it only existed for a few short breaths before melting back into the time domain. Chapter 2474. Seeing that it was getting dark, Su Yu prepared to meditate. Looking at the shabby environment, his heart was filled with worry. He had already learned from Laro Jin that the people who were transported here were randomly assigned to the 344 factions. Xian was not among the 10,000 new disciples of the Greater One faction. This meant that she was in another faction. Did Xian suffer too? Su Yu thought to himself, unable to meditate for a long time. Roar. Suddenly, a strange beast roar came from outside the resting room without warning. It was as if a man-eating demonic beast was hiding outside the resting room. Su Yu woke up immediately and opened his soul eyes to see what was happening outside. With a single look, Zhong Xian's expression changed drastically. An extremely strong wind was sweeping from the depths of the mine. The wind was so strong that it blew everything in the cave up into the sky. Although it was powerful, it posed no threat to the strong pathmasters. What posed a threat was the strong snow-white airflow in the wind. Wherever the airflow passed, it swept away all the vitality it encountered. Even the seeds of the Dao rice planted in the vegetable field had their vitality weakened significantly. Is this the Nine Serenities' evil wind? Su Yu was surprised. With its speed of devouring vitality, it posed no threat to Su Yu, who had mastered the life domain. But against ordinary living beings, it was extremely lethal. Shaking his head, Su Yu did not take it seriously. Until the next morning, the deafening sound of the bell reached his ears. It was the reminder of the opening of the mine. Su Yu left the resting room. As soon as he stepped out of the resting room, a shocking chill hit him in the face. His whole body was instantly frozen. In addition to the pain all over his body, his hands and feet were extremely stiff. The chill was extremely strange, as if it had penetrated deep into his bones and was not easy to dissolve. Even if he used his mysterious path energy, the effect would be minimal. If he waited for it to dissolve, it would take at least half a day. If he delayed for such a long time, he would not be able to complete the task, and he would not be able to get the time crystal. Without the crystal, he would not be able to live in the resting room, and his life would be swept away by the Nine Serenities' evil wind. Another idiot who is reluctant to buy food. Another newcomer died. No wonder Laro Jin reminded Su Yu to buy food. It turned out that the function of the food was to guard against the extreme chill left by the Nine Serenities' evil wind. Space realm. Su Yu waited for the passers-by to leave before he quietly displayed the space realm. The cold that had invaded Xiao Chen's body was extracted inch by the space domain. A ball of remnant snow-white air current dispersed like smoke. Su Yu let out a breath of foul air. Fortunately, he had many tricks up his sleeves. Seeing that work was about to start, Su Yu went to the vegetable garden. The female supervisor looked coldly at Su Yu and said calmly, "Do you need me to repeat today's mission again?" Without uttering a single word, Su Yu went to the uncultivated wasteland further north and continued to cultivate. With his physique, it shouldn't be a problem for him to continuously excavate 200 small pits. By noon, Su Yu had already reclaimed 100 hectares. If he continued, he should be able to successfully complete the mission. However, while Su Yu was reclaiming the land, he felt as if there was a dagger on his back. It was the female supervisor, who was staring at him with an unkind gaze. This made him frown slightly. If she continued to make things difficult for him and asked him to plant 300 rice tomorrow, What should he do? The initiative was in the hands of the other party, and Suyu could not resist. I can't let this go on, Suyu thought. Had an old golden blood's lesson been enough? In 9,000 years, he had only obtained 9 time crystals. Trying to rely on being a slave to accumulate enough time crystals was just a pipe dream. He had to think of a way. Ding! Suddenly, as Suyu was digging, the hoe in his hand did not dig a shallow trench like before. Instead, the hoe was sent flying. Hey! Suyu felt that something was wrong and immediately looked at the spot where the hoe had just dug. He saw that under the shallow white mark left by the hoe, there was a faintly discernible purple radiance. He immediately picked up the hoe and continued to dig, finally digging out the true appearance of the purple radiance. It was an extremely light purple crystal. What is this? Suyu was slightly puzzled. Just as he was about to dig it out, the female supervisor suddenly rushed over. Before she even reached him, she shouted, "Stop!" Slap! A whip immediately lashed out at him. Fortunately, Suyu had dodged quickly. Otherwise, he would have been hit by the whip. The whip missed its target and landed near the crystal, causing the extremely hard soil of the vegetable field to splatter in all directions. It could be seen that the weight of the whip was not any weaker than a full-force strike from Suyu, the Xian Dao master. Her strike was obviously meant to take someone's life. Suyu's eyes turned cold as he stared coldly at the female supervisor. He had tolerated this woman many times, but she treated Suyu's life as worthless as grass. The female supervisor did not have time to pay attention to Suyu. She took a step forward and looked at the purple crystal, her face filled with surprise. An 8th grade 9 nether crystal. She dug out the crystal, her face full of joy. Swish, swish, swish. Several Supreme One faction members, who had noticed the abnormality, rushed over. They all looked at the purple crystal in the female supervisor's hand with envy and jealousy. Senior Sister Xianyin, you are so lucky. You managed to dig out an 8th grade 9 nether crystal even though you are in charge of the vegetable field. A young man said enviously. Another young man said with jealousy, a catty of 8th grade 9 nether crystal can be exchanged for 10 time crystals. Senior Sister Xianyin, you are rich. You must treat us to a meal. Xianin's face was full of joy. She chuckled and said, no problem. I will go back tonight and exchange it. As she spoke, she looked at Suyu. She finally found him pleasing to the eye. She threw a time crystal to him and warned him, if the faction's inspectors ask you who dug it out, do you know how to answer? It sounded like the 8th grade 9 nether crystal belonged to whoever dug it out. Xianyin forcefully occupied the 9 nether crystal that Suyu dug out and only used a time crystal to pass the time. Not only that, but she also secretly threatened him not to inform the faction. I know, it was dug out by my lord, Suyu replied calmly. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Xianyin nodded. It's good that you know. In the future, you will feel much better if you have a better judgment. She had made things difficult for Suyu because he had come to the vegetable field that she was in charge of, but did not know how to please her. Now, she had accidentally obtained a whole pound of 8th grade 9 nether crystal. Suyu's face was calm, but he sneered inwardly. This woman probably did not know that there was an even bigger 9 nether crystal under the one she dug out. After learning that the 9 nether crystal was so valuable, Suyu secretly observed it with the shared vision of the butterfly. He immediately found that there was an even bigger and more valuable one under it. Of course, he would never say it out loud. After a busy day, Suyu completed his task and got the day's time crystal from the female supervisor. The latter hurried back to the faction above ground to exchange for the time crystal. Suyu went to exchange for the paper scroll as if nothing had happened. Inadvertently, Suyu found that Laro Jin was chatting enthusiastically with a new slave. Just like how he treated Suyu the day before. Suyu's eyes flickered. After exchanging for the paper scroll, he went to his resting room the day before. Unfortunately, the young man was still next to him. Today, he was still half-dead tired. He staggered into his resting room to sleep. When the sky gradually turned dark, the 9 nether evil wind came as promised. At this moment, both the slaves and the supervisors hid in the resting room, not daring to stay outside for even a moment. The time has come. Suyu opened the room door. All of a sudden, the strong 9 nether evil wind swept over and quickly sucked away Suyu's life force. Suyu was not afraid. He secretly activated the life domain to replenish the lost life force. For him, it did not take much effort. Looking at the empty mine, Suyu returned to the vegetable garden with ease. He picked up the hoe and dug at the place where he had dug out the 9 nether crystal during the day. Finally, with a ding sound, Suyu dug it out. A 9 nether crystal the size of a head and weighing 5 kilograms came into view. After much effort, he finally dug it out successfully. After a brief examination, Suyu was slightly surprised to find that this 9 nether crystal seemed a little different from the one in the day. There was a mosquito in the depths of this 9 nether crystal. The mosquito was intact and lifelike. It still maintained the flying posture it had when it was alive. Why is there a mosquito in the crystal? Suyu was surprised. He guessed that the mosquito must have been caught in the moment the 9 nether crystal was condensed. He did not think too much and returned to the resting room quietly. No one knew anything. The next day, Suyu came to the vegetable garden again. Xian Yin was in a good mood after exchanging 10 time crystals. She only assigned Suyu the task of watering the plants, which gave him a rare day of relaxation. After thinking for a while, Suyu took out a time crystal that she had rewarded him yesterday and gave it to her. He said, "My lady, you were the one who found the 9 nether crystal. After much thought, I don't think I should want this time crystal." It was not that he did not want it, but he did not want to owe this woman anything when he took revenge on her in the future. Xian Yin accepted it with a faint smile. "You finally got it. Fine, I'll give you a day off. Go and rest." Suyu was happy to hear that. He needed to deal with the 9 nether crystal in his hands. "Thank you." Xian Yin waved her hand and beckoned to an old slave not far away. "Come here, water it." Suyu left the underground mine along the stairs and went to the upper level. Even as a slave, Suyu could freely enter and exit the Greater One faction. He disguised himself slightly and entered. Following the road signs, he came to a domain of the Greater One faction. There were tens of thousands of palaces in this domain. It was also the most bustling place in the faction. Those palaces were all trading places. They provided all kinds of precious goods that the Pathmasters needed. Of course, they all required time crystals to exchange. One of the great halls was dedicated to exchanging 9 nether crystals. Suyu came to the counter. The people who came here were all in uniform. Only Suyu, an outsider who was obviously dressed as a slave, entered. He was unusually conspicuous. Many people frowned when they saw him, expressing their contempt and curiosity. Why was a slave up here instead of working hard down there? Chapter 2475. The shopkeeper was burying his head in bookkeeping when he suddenly heard the voice, and he thought it was an official disciple of the sect, so he said with a smile, "Which person in charge is so lucky to have dug out a high-grade netherworld crystal?" Supreme sect rules. Ordinary netherworld crystals all belonged to the sect and were dug out by slaves who specialized in mining. Those who discover 9 nether crystals of the 8th grade and above can come here to exchange for the time crystal. However, when he raised his head and saw that Suyu was not a disciple of the faction, but just a slave, he was obviously startled. He had been a shopkeeper here for some years, but this was the first time he encountered a slave who came to exchange for a time crystal. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't all the high-grade 9 serene crystals that were dug out be taken away by the supervisor in charge? This slave actually managed to hide a piece of netherworld crystal from the supervisor in charge. The smile on the shopkeeper's face, which was originally full of smiles, immediately lessened. He said indifferently, "Oh? What rank is it?" The netherworld crystal was divided into 9 grades according to its level. The first grade was the highest grade underworld crystal, but it was said that it had only appeared a few times in the entire dream-shattered realm. It was a legendary grade. The 9th grade was the lowest grade of underworld crystal, which was also the most common underworld crystal. 8th grade, Suyu said. The shopkeeper nodded expressionlessly. "Yes, take it out and let me appraise it." Suyu took out a light purple 9 serenities crystal the size of a head. So big. The shopkeeper was shocked. Under normal circumstances, the 9 nether crystal would only weigh about half a catty or even less. It was rare to see more than 500 grams of 9 underworlds crystal. The 9 nether crystal before him was the size of a head and weighed 2.5 kilograms. It was extremely rare. Look, that slave actually found such a huge abyssal crystal. So big. It's rare. A group of goalkeepers passing by came up curiously. The shopkeeper looked at Suyu with jealousy. As a shopkeeper, his annual salary was only 200 time crystals. This slave was lucky enough to find the 9 Serenities crystal, which weighed 5 kilograms. According to the exchange rate of 1 to 10, he could exchange it for 50 time crystals. Okay, I'll weigh you now. The shopkeeper took a deep look at Suyu. He wanted to see through Suyu's true appearance. Unfortunately, Suyu was wearing a disguise. Hence, the shopkeeper could only give up. The shopkeeper placed the 9 nether crystal on a very tightly packed magic treasure. This magical treasure could accurately measure the exact weight without the slightest error. Rays of light immediately shot out from the magic treasure and continuously scanned the netherworld crystal. At the same time, an accurate number appeared under the magic circle: 5 catties and 3 tails. 5 catties and 3 tails can be exchanged for 53 time crystals. As the shopkeeper spoke, he recorded it down. Unexpectedly, the Dharma artifact suddenly buzzed loudly. The beeping sound was so loud that the entire hall could hear it. Those goalkeepers who hadn't noticed the commotion all rushed over in shock. This sound. Did he discover the netherworld odd crystal? No way. It has been decades since our Greater One sect has unearthed a netherworld odd crystal, right? The shopkeeper raised his head abruptly, and his face was filled with surprise as he sized up the 9 darkness crystal once more. After staring at it for a moment, he finally noticed an inconspicuous black dot in the netherworld crystal and exclaimed, "It's a mosquito. Oh my god. It really is a netherworld odd crystal. Damn. That slave is rich. The value of the netherworld odd crystal will at least double." Suyu was also stunned. What? Would the value of the 9 Serenities crystal be higher if there was a foreign object in it? This was unexpected. The shopkeeper confirmed that it was at 3 and finally took a breath. He looked at Suyu with jealousy and envy, as if he wanted to know which slave he was in charge of. However, it was all in vain. Suyu had already taken precautions. Congratulations, this is a netherworld odd crystal. There is a mosquito sealed inside, and it is also a relic of the lowest level. The value of this netherworld odd crystal will double. This is your time crystal. The shopkeeper handed over 100 time crystals. Suyu collected them all calmly, then separated the crowd and walked to the other halls. To his disappointment, there was no one in the faction that specialized in selling information. There were 2 ways to get information. One was to ask people. However, with Suyu's current identity as a slave, it would be good if he wasn't treated with contempt. Who would be willing to tell him information about the sinful Lady Palace out of kindness? Then there was only the second way, a reward. He could put up a reward in the reward hall, and those in the know would inform Suyu after accepting the reward. Therefore, he moved to the reward hall and posted a reward of 90 time crystals for a year. If he couldn't get any information about the sinful Lady Palace in a year, it could also mean that no one knew about it. There were only 10 time crystals left. Many slaves who obtained the surplus time crystals might choose to come to the Supreme One sect to enjoy themselves. Of course, Suyu wouldn't do that. The slaves who made such a choice were all looking forward to the arrival of the 10,000-year deadline and turning from slaves to official employees of the Supreme One sect. Suyu wandered around and suddenly found a tool hall. There were all kinds of tools specifically for the mine, such as hoes, shovels, awls, and so on. Moreover, the price was not cheap. The lowest price was 10 time crystals, and the most expensive was 1,000 time crystals. Is there any difference between this hoe and the hoe below? Suyu asked as he walked into the hall. The hoes provided in the mine were free, but here, they still required expensive time crystals to buy. The shopkeeper in the hall was not as arrogant as the shopkeeper in the redemption hall. He smiled and said, "You will know when you see it." He took out a stone the size of a table, which was exactly the same texture as the vegetable field in the mine. This is a cheap hoe provided by the faction. He took a hoe from the mine and dug hard at the stone. As expected, only a shallow white mark appeared. This is the hoe in my hall. He used the hoe in his hall to dig hard at the stone. As a result, he dug 10 inches deep. It was like a mortal digging slightly harder soil. It was very easy. Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he instantly understood its use. I'll buy it. He immediately bought this special hoe with 10-time crystals. Oh, little brother, you are a wise man. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife will not delay the work of cutting firewood. Although it cost 10-time crystals, the benefits are far more than 10-time crystals. What he meant was that with this thing, there was no need to worry about not being able to complete the task. This reduced loss, accumulated over the years, was not as simple as earning less than 10-time crystals. But he didn't know the real role of this hoe for Su Yu. After exchanging for the hoe, Su Yu circled around the 10,000 paths domain of the Supreme One sect several times, shaking off a large number of people who were secretly following him. Then he changed back to his original appearance and quietly returned to the underground mine. Oh, you're back. Xian Yin raised her eyebrows and said, you can go back and rest today. For the sake of the time crystal, she would forgive Su Yu for the whole day. I'm fine, I can still work for a while. Su Yu smiled and returned to the vegetable field. He took the ladle from the hands of the slaves and watered the rice one by one. Xian Yin smiled contemptuously. You don't know how to enjoy the blessings. Then, she leisurely closed her eyes and meditated. She didn't know that Su Yu's watering was fake, and that he was using it to explore the underground 9 Serenities crystal. With Xiao Dai's shared perspective and the soul eye, as long as it wasn't hidden too deeply, he could find it. In the evening, Su Yu finished his cultivation expressionlessly, but he was very satisfied with today's exploration. Currently, under the 3 vegetable fields that he was responsible for, there were a total of 3 pounds of 8th grade 9 Serenities crystal buried within 10 feet. Further north, there were still 8 or 9 pounds of 9 Serenities crystal that had not yet been excavated. But these were not all. Su Yu used Xiao Dai's shared perspective to spy 10 feet underground. There was a large unknown object the size of a cow. Its color was darker than the 8th grade 9 Serenities crystal that he had obtained previously. Looking with the soul eye, he could only see a gray blur. If this is a 9 Serenities crystal, how heavy must it be? Su Yu thought to himself, quite tempted. If there were enough time crystals, he could not only set up a bounty in the Greater One faction, but he could also set up a bounty in other factions. In this way, it would be easier to find clues about the sinful Lady Palace. However, with Su Yu's current hoe, it would take him 2 months to dig 100 feet deep. But all the positions were decided by drawing lots once a month. He might not have the chance to draw a vegetable field next time. If he was unfortunately drawn to another place, he would never have the chance to come back to dig the giant 9 Serenities crystal. Let's dig out the 9 Serenities crystal on the surface first. Su Yu could not draw a lot, so he could only take 1 step at a time. The few pieces of 9 Serenities crystal on the surface were said to be on the surface, but they were 10 feet deep and not easy to dig out. In the following time, during the day, he worked diligently with an ordinary hoe. At night, he sneaked out and dug out the 9 Serenities crystal with a specially made hoe. With a specially made hoe, he dug them out in less than a night. A month later, he got all 12 pounds of 9 Serenities crystal, which amounted to a total of 120 time crystals. Today was the day he would be reassigned. So far, Su Yu had not found a way to stay in the vegetable field. After all, it was extremely difficult to manipulate the results of the lot drawing in front of the 3rd steward. Su, come here. All of a sudden, Xian Yin crooked her finger at Su Yu. Su Yu walked over and said, Lord, do you have any instructions? Xian Yin nodded her snow-white chin slightly, and her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Do you want to continue staying in the vegetable field? Of course. Su Yu almost changed his bad impression of this woman. She was practically a pillow when she was about to doze off. As long as you promise to do something for me, I can use the supervision's privilege to keep you here, Xian Yin said. The supervision had the right to use the supervision's privilege once a year, such as asking for a fixed slave to carry out a task without having to go through a new lot drawing. Please say it, Suyu said to himself. This woman's request was probably not something that could be exposed to the public. Xianyin nodded and said, tomorrow, during the day, you will go to this place and complete a transaction for me. She quietly passed a space storage device to Suyu. Suyu took it and glanced inside. He was a little surprised to find that the thing inside was the £1 8th grade 9 Serenities crystal that she had snatched away a month ago. Chapter 2476. Suyu looked up and saw Xianyin's stern face. She said, tomorrow, there will be a small trade fair. There will be a merchant who specializes in collecting 9 underworld's crystals. Sell them to him at the price of 20 crystals, then bring the crystals back and pass them to me secretly. Suyu was slightly surprised. She was selling the 9 underworld's crystals dug out from the Greater One faction to an outsider. Wasn't this a traitor? If the Greater One faction found out, it would be severely punished. No wonder Xianyin was so cautious. Why me? Suyu asked. Xianyin said approvingly, I've been observing you newcomers for the past month. You're the only one who does things flawlessly. The rest are too sloppy and can't take on big responsibilities. Suyu didn't deny that. He completed the tasks that he was supposed to complete perfectly every day. Even someone as mean as Xianyin couldn't find fault with him. As for the other newcomers, they either couldn't complete their tasks or encountered problems with their planting. Suyu was the only one who had completed it perfectly. Okay, I agree, Suyu said. Xianyin nodded and threatened, first, you must keep this a secret. Otherwise, I have ways to make you wish you were dead. Second, don't even think about running away with the money you earned from selling them. The nearest shelter outside the Greater One faction is half a year's journey away. You won't be able to reach there with just 10 crystals. She didn't know that Suyu wasn't afraid of the power of the domain of time at all. If he wanted to leave, he could do so at any time. I understand, Suyu said. Satisfied, Xianyin said, wait here, I'll be right back. She returned to the surface for a while and threw a paper scroll at Suyu. Take it. You can avoid drawing lots with this scroll. Sure enough, during the drawing of lots in the evening, Suyu held the scroll in his hand. The 3 managers really exempted Suyu from drawing lots and allowed him to stay at his original post. In this way, he could stay for another month. He should be able to get that giant 9 underworld's crystal. The next day, Suyu was working. Xianyin gave him a look and said, Suyu, you did well last month. I'll give you a day off. Go. Thank you, my lady. Suyu understood and left the underground mine to go outside. After Suyu came up, he immediately descended the mountain and left the faction. The Greater One faction had never restricted the freedom of the gatekeepers and slaves. Hence, Suyu left the faction without any hindrance and set off for his destination. That place was not far from the Greater One sect. It was only half a day's journey, just enough to make a round trip in one day. Suyu slowly descended from a cliff that had a chasm in it. Who are you? Before he even landed, he felt the pressure of Master Xian's might envelop him. Suyu was inwardly surprised. Even Xian Dao Master is attending the trade fair? After checking that there were no flaws in his disguise, Suyu said calmly, I was ordered to participate in the trade. Yes, come down. When Suyu landed, he could clearly feel a pair of eyes looking behind him to see if anyone had followed him. At the bottom of the cliff, Suyu finally saw the trading place. The group of 6 surrounded a bonfire that had been completely burned out. They were all on guard against each other. Almost all of them were like Suyu, who had disguised themselves so well that it was impossible to recognize each other. I'm merchant number 9, and I'm in charge of this transaction, a woman wearing a golden mask said to Suyu. Suyu nodded and walked over silently, waiting for the golden-masked woman to speak. Same rules, 1 to 20. Take out all the 9th nether crystals you have, the golden-masked woman said hastily. This kind of transaction was in fact a disguised form of poaching the corner of the Greater One sect, and was extremely risky. Once she was discovered by the Supreme sect, she would definitely die. No one said a word. They even tried not to make a sound for fear of giving themselves away. He just silently took out his 9 nether crystal. The woman took out a magic tool that was exactly the same as the one in the Greater One sect. 7 tails, 14 time crystals. After the golden-masked woman confirmed the weight, she straightforwardly handed over 7 time crystals. However, he said, before the others leave, please stay here. This was to prevent those who had completed the transaction from leaking the news and attracting the people of the Supreme Sect. The latter seemed to be a veteran and understood the rules very well. He quietly meditated on the spot. 8 tails, 16 time crystals. 1 catty, 20 time crystals. The golden-masked woman's voice was clearly louder, showing her emotional fluctuations. 3 tails. 6. 4 tails. 8. Finally, the golden-masked woman looked at Suyu and asked, "What about you? Let me have a look." Suyu took out Shinin's first. 1 catty. The golden-masked woman heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Suyu. A total of 20 time crystals. As she spoke, she was about to take out the time crystals and give them to Suyu. "Wait. You can give them to me after you weigh them." Suyu took out another portion of the 9 nether crystals. They were all stolen from the vegetable garden last month, and they weighed about 12 catties. So many. The 5 people who had been silently waiting for the end of the transaction could not help but exclaim in surprise. Suyu took out a few pieces in total, all of which weighed more than 1 catty. The 5 of them were all secretly appointed by the supervisor to supervise the transaction. Therefore, the amount of each transaction was not much. However, the person in front of them took out more than 12 catties at once. Without a doubt, he must be one of the supervisors. Only the supervisors could hoard such a large number of 9 nether crystals. The golden-masked woman was beaming with joy. "Thank you for participating in my trade fair. I will buy these 9 nether crystals at the price of 1 spacetime crystal per catty. I only hope that you will take care of my business in the future." She also misunderstood that Suyu was one of the supervisors and regarded him as a major customer. Therefore, she gave him a considerable discount. Certainly, Suyu uttered the 2 simple words. The golden-masked woman immediately gave Suyu 253 time crystals. Apart from the 20 time crystals that he had to give to Xianyin, Suyu had obtained 233 time crystals. Such an amount was equivalent to half a year's salary for the official gatekeepers. After the transaction was completed, the golden-masked woman took out 6 maps and handed one to each of them. "This is the location of the next transaction. It will take place in a month. I hope that you will come and support me. If you can bring someone trustworthy to trade with you, I will give you additional rewards." The people nodded silently, took the maps, and left. Suyu did not linger. Such a transaction was indeed too dangerous. It was better to leave as soon as possible. The golden-masked woman took a deep look at Suyu, and immediately packed up her things, preparing to leave. She was in a good mood. Today's harvest was equivalent to 4 or 5 transactions in the past. However, just as she was about to leave, the golden-masked woman suddenly sensed that something was wrong, and her expression changed abruptly. She did not even care about the things on the ground, and directly crushed a jade Buddha. The jade Buddha emitted beams of space energy, and she was instantly swept away. Almost at the moment when she left, a giant palm appeared out of thin air, slamming into the place where she had just left, shattering the space. If she had been any later, she would have been seriously injured even if she had not died. "Humph! You ran fast." A cold snort was heard, and a black-winged bird-like strong man broke through the air and flew over. He was the 3rd steward of the Greater One faction. He held a map in his palm, which came from nowhere, and stared coldly at the place where the golden-masked woman had escaped. Swish, swish, swish. The auras of the Xiandao master rushed over one after another, surrounding the 3rd steward. "3rd steward, are we still going to chase after them?" a strong man asked. The 3rd steward snorted. "How are we going to chase after them? These survivors are the most cunning, and they have already prepared a complete escape route for themselves. If we don't catch them on the spot, there is no way we can catch up with them. The golden-masked woman must have used the power of space to move to another place, and had already done it a second time. Trying to catch up with her was no different from a fool's dream. But, even if she could not catch up, could the people who participated in the transaction not catch up? Capture them and torture them, which disciple ordered them to do so? The third steward's face was as dark as water. It was not a secret that the internal members of the Greater One faction colluded with outsiders to resell the sect's 9 nether crystals. It was just that the merchants were very meticulous in their actions, and rarely gave themselves away. Until this time, when a slave exposed them, they were able to accurately find the location of the transaction. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late, and the merchants had escaped. Yes, the merchants had escaped, and the slaves lacked the time crystals, so they had nowhere to go, and could only run back to the sect, so it was very easy to capture them. Not long after, 5 of the 6 people had been caught and successfully captured. Master, there is still one person we haven't caught up with. The group of Xiandao masters braced themselves and returned. Trash. Even a slave escaped. The third steward angrily rebuked. The Xiandao master, who was in charge of the chase, said embarrassedly, "I don't know why, but that slave's movement technique is extremely fast, much faster than me." He was also very helpless. It was obviously a slave with a low cultivation, but his speed was astonishingly fast, and he had shaken off the Xiandao master in no time. He did not know that if Su Yu had not been afraid of exposing the space domain, he would have already taken a step and returned to the Greater One faction. Return to the faction immediately, and investigate thoroughly. Don't let anyone escape. The third steward said sternly, vowing to get to the bottom of this matter. When the group returned to the Greater One faction, the first thing they did was to torture the 5 slaves, and force them to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. Under such torture, the mastermind was quickly identified. In the underground mine, Xianyin was waiting for Su Yu's return anxiously. All of a sudden, hundreds of Greater One faction members in black uniforms barged in from the stairway, all of them looking stern and murderous. Xianin's heart skipped a beat, as if she had missed a beat. The black uniformed men were the Greater One faction's law enforcement officers. Normally, they would not be dispatched at all, let alone such a large-scale operation. She suddenly had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Swish, swish. In a mine not far from the vegetable garden that she was in charge of, a dozen law enforcement officers rushed over, and subdued the supervisor in charge of that place. A stern law enforcement officer held a scroll in his hand, and announced in a loud voice, "Mine number 3 supervisor, Yang Shan, colluded with outsiders, and stole and sold the faction's 9 underworlds crystal. The evidence is conclusive, and he will be executed on the spot." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the supervisor was beheaded on the spot. A long streak of blood splashed onto her vegetable garden, and Xianyin was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale, and she did not dare to move. Chapter 2477. Her mind was filled with despair, feeling that everything was over. This small transaction had been discovered by the faction and was wiped out. Su Yu would not be an exception. 9th Mine Supervisor, Li Yunmai, kill him on the spot. 1st Spirit Herb Garden Supervisor, Zhao Yunsong, kill him on the spot. 5th or Warehouse Supervisor, Qin Fei, kill him on the spot. 3rd Tool Supervisor, Yuan Linga, kill him on the spot. In the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the ruthless executions of the law enforcers came from the mine. Xianyin's face was pale, her entire body trembling in fear. She could almost hear herself being the next one. However, what she did not expect was for the law enforcer to stop. The rest of the supervisors, step forward and observe their heads as a warning to yourself. Hey! Xianyin was startled. Did this have nothing to do with her? With a deep sense of apprehension, she followed the rest of the supervisors forward. Looking at the 5 bloody heads, Xianyin felt extremely guilty. Fortunately, the law enforcer did not notice. Now, all the slaves are to stop. We will start counting the number of people, the law enforcer announced, ordering all the slaves to stand by at their posts. Xianyin's heart, which had finally calmed down, started to pound again. Lord GFA, once the slaves stop, the losses will be astronomical, one of the supervisors said with a pained heart. The enforcer said indifferently, We've investigated and found out that there were 6 slaves that were reselling the sect's 9th hell crystals under the orders of the supervisor. 5 of the slaves have already been captured, and only the last slave has escaped without a trace. Now, we'll count the number of people. Whichever area has 1 less slave means that the person in charge of that area is involved in the reselling. The law enforcer's expression was resolute. His attitude toward this matter was unusually tough. Even if all the slaves stopped working for a day, they had to find the fish that escaped the net and the supervisor. At that moment, Xian Yin's face almost collapsed. Her heart was beating wildly, her mind a mess. She did not pay attention to anything else. We will start the investigation now. 100 law enforcers spread out to investigate immediately. Their actions were swift and experienced, and they could investigate a large area in half an incense stick's time. For example, the small vegetable garden that Xian Yin was in charge of could be determined by the law enforcers taking a look. Seeing the law enforcers approaching one by one, Xian Yin's heart was filled with despair and regret. If she was given another chance, she would never be greedy. However, there was no medicine for regret. Vegetable garden number 4, we'll start the roll call now. The black-robed law enforcer walked in front of Xian Yin, his expression extremely cold. Qin Bu, here. The slave whose name was called immediately replied. Zhong Kangyu, here. Cai Sen, here. The names were called one by one, and after a while, the names of more than a dozen slaves were all called. The last one was Su Yu. Xian Yin had already closed her eyes in despair. Her heart was filled with incomparable bitterness. Su Yu. The law enforcer shouted. Here. However, to Xian Yin's surprise, someone actually replied. When she turned her head to take a look, she saw that Su Yu was leaning against a hoe. His whole body was covered with dust, and it seemed like he had been working here for a long time. What was going on? Xian Yin clearly remembered that before the enforcers came, there was no one there. When did Su Yu appear? How did he pass through the sealed staircase and come to the lower floor from the upper floor? The law enforcement officer raised his eyes and looked at the portrait on the roll book in his hand. He nodded and said, Vegetable garden number 4's name is correct. Pass. After saying that, he immediately rushed to the next area. Xian Yin's body was completely paralyzed. When the law enforcement officer walked away, she completely collapsed on the ground, unable to move. My lord, are you all right? Su Yu walked over and asked kindly. Xian Yin only just realized what was going on, and she hurriedly transmitted a message to Su Yu. What happened? Su Yu replied, I don't know why, but the faction checked the goods of this transaction, and the 3rd steward took action personally. I was lucky enough to escape. I'm asking, how did you pass through the upper floor to the mine below? Xian Yin's eyes were filled with deep suspicion. With her cultivation of the Yellow Pathmaster of the Great Venerable Realm, it was impossible for Su Yu to appear in the vegetable garden without her noticing. After I escaped, I came to the mine in time before it was sealed. Seeing that the situation was not good, I immediately showed myself, Su Yu said, half-truthfully. Before he returned to the faction, the 3rd steward had informed the faction to seal the entrance and exit of the staircase. He could directly go down to the mine from the upper floor because of the space domain. Is that so? Xian Yin thought for a moment and wondered if she had been too nervous just now to notice Su Yu's return. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. Phew. You're smart, and we dodged a bullet. Xian Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Su Yu smiled, and discreetly stuffed a space storage device into her hand. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Please check and accept it, my lady. The latter glanced inside and looked satisfied. You really didn't let me down. She was very glad that she had entrusted this task to Su Yu. If it had been other slaves, they might not have been able to dodge the bullet so cleverly, and she would have been killed. You can do some easy work this month, Xian Yin said, feeling much more relaxed now. Su Yu nodded and went back to work quietly. Xian Yin looked at his back, and an indiscernible light flashed in the depths of her eyes. The law enforcers went to great lengths to search for several days, but they couldn't find any fish that had escaped the net. In order not to delay the mine, they had to give up. In the following days, Su Yu was quite relaxed. He worked in the day and secretly dug out the giant 9 underworld's crystal at night. Time passed in a flash. A month passed. After 2 months of hard work, the giant 9 underworld's crystal that was hidden deep underground was finally dug out. It finally revealed its true appearance. At first glance, it was a giant crystal with a slightly darker purple color. Compared to the 8th grade 9 underworld's crystal, its interior was slightly turbid. Coupled with its huge size, the deepest part of it was extremely blurry. However, Suyu could still vaguely see the outline of a creature the size of a puppy in the depths of the 9 underworld's crystal, but he didn't know what it was. What is that? Suyu was delighted. Could it be another 9 underworld's crystal? He tried to dig out the giant 9 underworld's crystal. After weighing it in his hand, he found that it weighed at least 500 pounds. Coupled with the fact that there were foreign objects in it, even if it was a relic of the lowest grade, the price of the 9 underworld's crystal could be doubled. If he exchanged it in the faction, he could exchange it for at least 10,000 time crystals. If he exchanged it with the golden masked lady, he could exchange it for 20,000 or even more time crystals. 20,000 time crystals should be enough for him to issue a reward for finding the sinful lady palace in all the factions at the same time. However, the golden masked lady was almost caught by the 3rd deacon this time. She should know that the next time and place for the transaction has been obtained by the Greater One faction. The golden masked lady can't go there again. Suyu frowned slightly. In this way, his way of obtaining time crystals was temporarily blocked. I need to wait patiently, Suyu said to himself. Right at that moment, the 3rd deacon descended upon the mine again to hold the monthly drawing of lots for posts. Xianyin walked over and handed a jade pendant to Suyu. She said regretfully, "It's a pity that my privilege can only be used once a year. Otherwise, I could have kept you here. This is my token, take it." Suyu was puzzled. "I don't dare to take your token. Just take it." Xianyin stuffed it into Suyu's hands. "It just so happens that my supervision task has been completed. Next, I will return to the faction above to train for a few months. If you have the chance to go up, hold this token and look for me in the Phoenix domain. I have an important matter to cooperate with you. If it succeeds, you may be able to turn from a slave to an official member of the Greater One faction." To Suyu, this was not attractive at all. So what if he became a member? He didn't intend to stay in the Greater One faction for a long time. As long as he got the information he wanted, he would leave immediately. "Thank you, my lord." Suyu cupped his fists and accepted the token. "Go and draw the lots." Suyu left quickly and went to draw the lots. This time, there was no external help. As expected, he was not lucky enough to draw the vegetable garden. He drew the mining position in the 9th mine. He would start working tomorrow. After several months in the mine, Suyu already knew that the soil in the mine was much harder than that of the vegetable garden. Therefore, the newcomer who lived next to Suyu would be exhausted every day. As such, the special hoe that Suyu had bought might not be of much use at all. When the vegetable garden task was completed, the sky was still dark. Suyu immediately went to the tool hall on the upper level. "I want a shovel with 100 time crystals." Suyu still disguised himself perfectly. Hearing this, the shopkeeper could not help but stare at Suyu from head to toe. 100 time crystals to buy tools? How could a slave have so many time crystals? It was impossible. He could not help but start to guess that the slave in front of him was actually a member of the faction who deliberately disguised himself as a slave. After getting the shovel, Suyu immediately returned to the mine. What slightly surprised him was that he saw Laro Jin enthusiastically telling something to a newcomer. "This old Jin is a little too enthusiastic," Suyu thought to himself as he observed the situation. The next day, Suyu arrived at the 9th mine. What surprised him was that his neighbor, the young man, was also at the 9th mine. "It's you." The young man recognized Suyu and smiled bitterly. "Looks like you've used up all your energy. You actually drew the 9th mine. What do you mean?" Suyu glanced at the mine. Other than being the deepest of all the mines, it was no different from the other mines. The young man shook his head. "Ah, A month ago, our previous supervisor, Li Yunmai, was beheaded for reselling the 9 Serenities crystal. A new supervisor came in, and he is much stricter than the previous one. If anything goes wrong, he will beat people up. All the slaves in this mine have been beaten up. Brother, you're on your own. Su Yu was stunned. Having learned his lesson, the new supervisor naturally did not dare slack off. If that was the case, his luck was indeed not good. Chapter 2478. Su Yu turned his head to take a look. It was a boorish man with a full beard. He was sitting on an old-fashioned wooden armchair, and his tiger-like eyes were staring at them. The youth trembled in fear, immediately picking up his shovel to dig. Su Yu was about to follow, but the brute pointed his whip at Su Yu. "Newbie, come here." The people in the 9th mine hadn't changed much, so when Su Yu appeared, he immediately recognized him. "Sir, what are your orders?" The brute pointed his whip at the deepest part of the mine. "Your mission is to dig 10 feet deep in 3 days. If you fail, humph." Smack, his leather whip struck the ground fiercely, making an incomparably ear-piercing explosive sound. "I understand." Su Yu picked up the ordinary shovel and walked over. As he passed the youth, he looked at Su Yu sympathetically. "Brother, bear with it. This is the new supervisor's method. Every one of us has been treated like this before. Giving the slaves impossible tasks, then taking the opportunity to punish them, quickly establishing his authority. This method was not brilliant, but it was very effective." Su Yu nodded, walking to the deepest part of the mine. This was also the deepest place in the entire mine. Su Yu stood in front of a giant rock mountain. He tried to dig with the ordinary shovel, but it did not even leave a shallow mark. "It can't be." Su Yu was stunned. He had long heard that the soil in the mine was much harder than the vegetable garden. But how could it be so hard? To dig 10 feet deep with an ordinary shovel would take more than a month, let alone 3 days. Luckily, Su Yu had bought a special shovel. During the day, he would use an ordinary shovel to knock and knock as though he was doing it. When night fell, he would use the special shovel. Ding, with a shovel, the hard rock was dug out like mud. "It's pretty easy," Su Yu said with a slight smile. The next day, the brute came to the mine with his hands behind his back, ready to urge the slaves to carry out the day's work. But when he arrived, he saw a group of slaves gathered in the deepest part of the mine, all exclaiming in admiration. "Miracle! What a miracle! Brother Su, how did you do it? What's the trick?" "That's right. When you left yesterday, you didn't even dig an inch. How did you manage to dig 3 feet in one night?" The boorish man frowned and walked over with his hands behind his back. He shouted, "Out of the way." The group of people stepped aside, revealing the strange mine. The boorish man raised his brows, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He then looked at Su Yu and asked, "Did you dig it?" "If not," Su Yu asked, "other than him, could it be that there was someone else helping to dig it out?" "Impossible. How did you do it? Speak." The boar glared angrily. What he wanted was not Su Yu's rapid mining progress, but to intimidate him. "Lord, I'm only in charge of mining. If I feel that I'm digging too fast, I can slow down. Of course, I will report to the sect." The supreme sect only wanted the slaves to be more efficient. Who would dare to order the slaves to slow down? The boorish man stared at Su Yu coldly. After a long while, he bared his teeth and said, "Newbie, you probably don't understand your current situation." Su Yu's expression was indifferent as he said, "You don't have to worry about my situation." As he spoke, he continued to mine without any expression. "Me." The boorish man gave a cold grunt. "Just you wait and see." There was still a long way to go. A mere slave dared to provoke him. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. Su Yu did not care. He took the scroll and prepared to return to the resting room, waiting for the 9 Serenities' evil wind to arrive before leaving. Unexpectedly, the young neighbor knocked on the door and said, "Brother Su, I'm here to learn from you." Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then invited him in. "Brother Yu is overthinking, I was just lucky." Su Yu could not be bothered to explain further. The neighbor in front of him was called Yu Xiong Wan, also from a small and remote region world. "Is that so?" Could it be that Brother Su is not afraid of the 9 Serenities' evil wind and often goes out in the middle of the night is also luck? But unexpectedly, Yu Xiongwan's bitter expression changed, and she suddenly said in a mysterious tone. Su Yu's eyes were calm, only looking up to see if the stone door was closed. I have poor eyesight, I didn't see that Brother Yu is the one hiding his abilities, Su Yu said indifferently. Shreds of obscure mysterious energy quietly gathered in his palm. If the other party dared to threaten him, he did not mind killing him. In terms of hiding your abilities, how can I compare to Brother Su, who has mastered the space and life domains? Yu Xiongwan said with a faint smile. Every day, he would look tired and return to the resting room to sleep, but in reality, he had the means to observe the situation outside. He could even see that Su Yu had mastered the life domain. As for the space domain, he must have noticed that Su Yu had used it when he escaped from the law enforcers. Brother Yu, I don't think you came tonight to compare who has hidden more abilities, right? Su Yu said meaningfully. Yu Xiongwan laughed, his temperament suddenly changing, his expression awe-inspiring. Of course not. I came because I want to cooperate with Brother Su. Oh. Su Yu remained calm. Yu Xiongwan said, how could someone who has mastered the space and life domains be willing to be a slave for life? You mean? Yu Xiongwan said, what I mean is, we should not be willing to be mediocre. We should seek to escape from this place, at least until we become the gatekeepers of the Greater One sect. It was yet another meaningless reward for Su Yu. I'm not interested, Su Yu said straightforwardly. But Yu Xiongwan seemed to have done his homework and chuckled. Even if you're not a gatekeeper, don't you care about the news of the sinful lady palace? Huh? Su Yu's pupils finally shrank. You know? Of course not, Yu Xiongwan said. Yu Xiongwan said, but I know that for official disciples, if they have enough time crystals, they can use the Tai Haotian mirror once. If even the mirror doesn't know where the sinful lady palace is, even if you put up a bounty for all 344 sects in the entire realm of dreams, no one would know. Tai Clear Sky Mirror? This mirror can only be borrowed by people with the status of Hall Master and above in the Greater One sect. The amount of time crystals needed is also an astronomical figure. Yu Xiongwan did not hide anything and said honestly, if you have the confidence, you can try to be promoted to the position of Hall Master. If you have other plans, just pretend I didn't come today. These words caused Su Yu to sink into deep thought. If what he said was true, the Tai Clear Sky Mirror could search the heavens and the earth, which was far better than the bounty. Then his plan had to be slightly changed. At least, he wouldn't have to wait for the person in the know to take the bounty. Let me think about it. Su Yu did not agree immediately. Yu Xiongwan showed a hint of relief. If Su Yu agreed immediately, he would doubt Su Yu's sincerity. Since he was considering it, it meant he was tempted. After sending him off, Su Yu waited for the 9 underworld's evil wind to blow and immediately went to the mine to continue digging. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. Finally, the next day, he completed the task of digging 10 meters deep as promised. The boorish man could only stare at him coldly but could do nothing. When the day's work was over, Su Yu immediately went to the upper level. After spending a time crystal, he successfully entered the library and flipped through the historical materials of the Greater One sect. After searching, he did find information about the Tai Clear Sky Mirror. The description was exactly the same as Yu Xiongwan's. It's true. Su Yu thought for a long time. Seeing that it was still early, he immediately rushed to the Phoenix domain where Xianyin was. With the token, the guard of the domain informed Xianyin for him. Before long, Xianyin came out with a face full of joy and said, "It's great that you can come, follow me." She led Su Yu into the Phoenix domain. The people who lived in the Phoenix domain were all female gatekeepers of the Greater One sect. There were very few males. The appearance of a male slave, Su Yu, made many female gatekeepers who passed by frown. Under Xianin's lead, Su Yu and Yu Xiongwan came to a pavilion. In the pavilion, Xianyin poured tea for Su Yu enthusiastically. Su Yu went straight to the point. "My lady, may I ask what the cooperation is?" Since he wanted to cooperate with Yu Xiongwan to become an official gatekeeper, He might as well ask Xianyin what kind of cooperation she was referring to. Xianyin set up an isolation spell around the two of them, then said carefully, in view of the fact that there were people from the faction who wantonly sold the faction's 9 underworlds crystals, the faction has decided to send a group of troops to the Dark Moon tribe a month's journey away. That Dark Moon tribe is most likely the place where those traveling merchants stay. Suyu thought for a moment. What does this have to do with our cooperation? If you can make a contribution in the process of killing the Dark Moon tribe, the lowest reward is 100 time crystals. If you can make a great contribution, you can successfully become an official gatekeeper. Xianin's eyes were filled with anticipation. She looked at Suyu and said, according to what I know, the faction will send some slaves to cooperate in the battle. As a gatekeeper, I have the right to recommend a gatekeeper. Suyu's expression was calm. Then what does my lady want me to help you with this operation? Kill the traveling merchants. Xianin's eyes flickered. Since you have seen the traveling merchants, you should know that they have an unusually large reserve of time crystals, right? I recommend you to join this operation, but in exchange, you have to help me kill a traveling merchant, Xianyin said. The traveling merchant's time crystals belong to me, and the credit belongs to you. I get the time crystals, and you make a great contribution to become an official gatekeeper. We will both benefit. How about that? It sounded wonderful. Unfortunately, Suyu did not believe a single word of her words. Why should she give the credit for killing the traveling merchant to Suyu? He could get the time crystals and the credit at the same time. Wasn't that good? He did not think that Xianyin was such a generous person. On the contrary, she was greedy for money. She had once almost whipped Suyu to death in order to snatch a pound of 8th grade 9 underworlds crystal. Could such a person be trusted? If you agree, I will recommend you to the faction now. Then, from now on, you will not have to mine for the time being. You can stay in the upper level until the day we set off, Xianyin said. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, My lady, please give me a night's time to consider. After all, this is a serious matter. All right, I will wait for your reply tomorrow night, Xianyin said straightforwardly. She personally sent Suyu off the Phoenix domain. As she watched Suyu enter the lower level of the mine, the smile on her face finally disappeared. Chapter 2479. Suyu returned to the mine. Before the 9 underworlds evil wind arrived, Suyu quietly went to Yu Xiongwan's resting room. He, I knew brother Su would come. Good wine has been prepared. Yu Xiongwn sat in the room. The table was already filled with good wine and dishes, waiting for Suyu's arrival. Suyu looked at him profoundly and said, Brother Yu, can you tell me the details of the collaboration that you mentioned? Brother Su, you'll know when you see it. Yu Xiongwn was prepared. He took out a mysterious scroll. He then passed the scroll to Suyu. Suyu opened it, closed the scroll guiltily, and returned it to Yu Xiongwn. As expected, the content was exactly the same as what Xianyin had said. Both of them proposed cooperation at the same time. Who should he choose? This is a top-secret mission issued by the faction. Yu Xiongwn smiled mysteriously. Before Brother Su makes a decision, you can look at one more thing. He took out another scroll. The difference was that this scroll was engraved with 9 very special seals, which were extremely sturdy. If one didn't have a specific method to open the seal and only used violence, the scroll would be destroyed for no reason. However, Yu Xiongwn was holding a small needle that was specially made. As if she was unlocking a lock, she easily unlocked all the seals. Suyu took a deep look at Yu Xiongwan when he saw how she undid the seal. This person was not simple. If he was not mistaken, that seal should be the 9 divine seals unique to the Greater One sect. It was created by the founder of the Greater One sect and had been passed down since the beginning of this era. Until now, no one had successfully opened it. Yu Xiongwn had not been in the Greater One sect for long, but he had already broken the seal. If news of this got out, the entire Greater One sect would be shocked. I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Su. These are just some small tricks that can't even be shown in public. They can't be compared to Brother Su's 2 supreme domains. Yu Xiongwan smiled and pushed the scroll over. Brother Su, Look at this. Su Yu opened it and frowned. Both scrolls came from the Greater One sect, but the contents were very different. The former was a group of people invited by the sects, including slaves, to go and destroy the tribes. However, this top-secret scroll with a seal on it said that they would dispatch a group of slaves to attract the attention of the traveling merchants in the tribe, while they would dispatch another group of people to create a diversion and outflank the merchants from the front and back. Does Brother Su understand the intentions of the Supreme Sect? Unknowingly, the smile on Yu Xiongwan's face had disappeared and was replaced by a hint of coldness. The Greater One sect is sending us to our death. Su Yu's gaze turned slightly cold. He had long felt that Xianyin was a greedy person and would not be so kind as to help him become an official goalkeeper. As expected, not only did she not have such intentions, she even harbored malicious intentions. Her intentions were truly deserving of death. Brother Yu, even though you know that it is a trap, you are still prepared to jump into it? Su Yu asked thoughtfully. Yu Xiongwan shook his head and sneered. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can be trampled upon by others? Don't worry, I have a plan. Su Yu looked at her. His mind had already come up with a total of 9 possible solutions, but he did not know which one Xiong Wan would come up with. To tell you the truth, Brother Su, back in my hometown, I am somewhat proficient in the art of setting up a trap. Yu Xiongwan chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his expression. In my plan, this time, I want the Greater One sect to go for wool and come home shorn. I also want the two of us to be freed from slavery and become official goalkeepers. He was full of confidence and spoke mysteriously. Little did he know that Su Yu had already grasped what he was thinking in his heart from just a few words. Wasn't it just to inform the tribe of the truth before they attacked, so that they would seriously guard against the enemy behind them? Then, he could reduce the pressure and reap benefits from the chaos. This was the lowest level of strategy among the 9 strategies that Su Yu had thought of. He had an even more perfect strategy. However, seeing that Yu Xiongwan was beaming with joy and was exceptionally confident in himself, Su Yu smiled without saying a word. He was too lazy to give any advice. When the time came, he would secretly point him out. The two of them hit it off and reached an agreement. The next day, it was a new day of labor. Su Yu had successfully completed the 3-day task. He could not make things difficult for Su Yu, so he tried to do something bad again. Su Yu, you don't have to mine anymore today. You just need to transport these ores to the warehouse, the boorish man ordered. Transporting ores was not tiring work and was much easier than mining. However, that was under the premise that no one had tampered with the ores. If the ores were missing when they were transported to the warehouse, they would be severely punished by the faction. A light punishment would be an extension of the slave's life, and a heavy punishment would be death. This Lord Supervisor did not have any good intentions. Hurry up and go. The boorish man cracked his whip. Su Yu looked at the cart of ores without batting an eyelid. Each cart of ores weighed a standard 10,000 pounds. However, this cart was missing a full 1,000 pounds. With such a large amount of ores missing, it would be strange if Su Yu was not immediately arrested when he really arrived at the warehouse. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today and do not intend to do any labor. However, to the boorish man's astonishment, Su Yu directly refused. The boorish man could not believe it. Su Yu had been in the mine for at least 2 months. Did he not understand the consequences of being lazy? A lazy person would not have the time to crystallize. Without the crystals, he would definitely not survive the night. Su Yu, the faction will not force you to work or not, but in view of your words and actions, there will be no more time crystals for today. Think carefully, the boorish man said. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders, hands behind his head, and walked slowly to the lounge. You're courting death, the boorish man said sternly. He did not know that Su Yu had more time crystals than him. Even if he died, Su Yu would not. You don't have to worry about me. Su Yu ignored the warning and returned to the lounge, causing the slaves who had suffered at the hands of the boorish man to secretly applaud. This time, the supervisor's prestige had been swept away. However, they were very curious about how many more time crystals Su Yu had. He actually dared not to work. There's still a lot of time, let's play slowly. Humph. The boorish man's eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. In fact, the reason why Su Yu dared not to work was that he did indeed have a lot of time crystals. Secondly, almost as soon as Su Yu's foot left, a disciple of the law enforcement tribunal rushed over, holding a scroll and shouting, "Step forward." Su Yu, Yu Xiangwan, Zhao Feng, Yuan Qiong. In the lounge, Su Yu opened his eyes slightly and murmured softly, "I can finally move my hands and feet." He had been in the 8-star civilization for more than 2 months, but had never had a chance to fight. Now, perhaps it was time for him to fight. The group of people came to the upper level, and there was a special guard explaining the mission to them. "You are all outstanding slaves recommended by the supervisor, and you have the ability to fight from a distance." The person explaining was the master of the Hall of Mission. He gave each of them a space storage device. There were 30 time crystals, rice to replenish the Pathmaster's strength, and a map of the vicinity of the Greater One sect. "You will set off immediately in 5 days. At that time, you will be accompanied by 10 disciples of the faction," the master of the Hall of Mission said. "From what we know, there are less than 10 Pathmasters in that tribe. With your strength, you can completely annihilate them. 10 disciples and your 20 slaves are more than enough to annihilate the other party. Now, all of you rest where you are. We will set off in 5 days." After settling them in a domain, the master of the Hall of Mission left. "Everyone, I am Yun Lanfeng from the Withered Cloud region." A young man with long blue hair and 3 eyes stood up. His eyes were as cold and sharp as an eagle's. "As you all know, we will be facing a group of tribesmen with unknown strength." Yun Lanfeng did not get carried away by the master's words. He said cautiously, "We have gone through many hardships to come to an 8-star civilization. It is best to be cautious." Many young men nodded secretly. To be able to become a peak figure in their respective regions, their brains were naturally not too bad. "Just tell us your intentions. None of us here are stupid," a quick-witted girl said. Yun Lanfeng nodded and stretched out his palm. He slowly released his powerful late-stage Great Venerable cultivation. "We must stick together and not be scattered like sand. We need a leader to make a decision," Yun Lanfeng said. "I am not talented, but I feel that I can take on this heavy responsibility. If anyone is dissatisfied, we can fight it out with force." No one refuted him. They were alone and weak. Unity was the best way out. If there was an objection, who would be the leader? In this mission, the decision-maker would obviously have more advantages and get more credit. This was related to breaking away from being a slave and becoming a goalkeeper. Who would be willing to give up the position of leader? "Let me test you." The clever girl who had spoken jumped out. Her cultivation was also at the late-stage Great Venerable realm. Yun Lanfeng nodded slowly. "All right. Be careful." Swoosh. The third eye on his forehead suddenly opened and shot out a corrosive black light. The girl was not simple. She took out a string of bells with one hand and shook it lightly. Instantly, the attacking black light twisted and flew past her head. Yun Lanfeng himself was also affected by the sound. His eyes showed a moment of confusion. "Go." The girl took advantage of this opening. An emerald-green poisonous snake flew out of her sleeve and bit Yun Lanfeng. At this critical moment, Yun Lanfeng's body shook. All his clothes were shaken off, revealing a body that made people's scalps go numb. Below his neck, his entire body was covered with pitch-black eyes. At this moment, they all opened their eyes and shot out hundreds of black lights towards the heavens and the earth in all directions. The attacking poisonous snakes could not dodge and were pierced by the black lights. Ding ding ding. The girl shook the bells again, but because there were too many black lights, no matter how much she twisted, she could not avoid them. Helpless, she could only jump back and sigh. "I admit defeat." Yun Lanfeng's body retracted the black light and looked at the crowd proudly. Several youths at the late stage of Great Venerable Realm who were eager to try hesitated for a moment before finally withdrawing their battle intent. Yun Lanfeng's strange eyes were indeed troublesome. They might be able to deal with him, but their chances of winning were not high. Moreover, they would expose themselves. What a ruthless character. Yu Xiongwan's lips curled into a smile as she spoke to Su Yu. Su Yu nodded without batting an eyelid. "You could say so." He is a Xiandao master who has hidden himself well. Others could not tell, but how could he not detect his opponent's true cultivation? It was really Xiandao master, but like Su Yu, his cultivation was hidden very well. Chapter 2480. Yu Xiongwan's eyebrows twitched as he looked at Su Yu in surprise. He thought he was the only one who could tell. He didn't expect Su Yu to regard him as highly. Since no one has any objections, then from now on, I will make all decisions, Yun Lanfeng said. Su Yu and Yu Xiongwan looked at each other and stood up at the same time, leaving the small circle of 18 people. The two of them had a tacit understanding not to tell the other about the top-secret notice from the faction. If they told them now, they might not believe it, and if the news was leaked, the Greater One sect would change their strategy. They could only wait until they were about to attack the tribe to remind them. What do you two mean? Yun Lanfeng looked over, his eyes deep and cold. Yu Xiongwan said indifferently, I act alone and don't listen to anyone's orders. Yun Lanfeng sized Yu Xiongwan up. The cultivation level she displayed was only at the heaven realm, far below Yun Lanfeng's. Our fates are linked, you have no right to back out, Yun Lanfeng said bluntly. Yu Xiongwan turned around and walked to another corner, expressing her attitude with her actions. Compete. Yun Lanfeng snorted, a black light shooting out from the eye on his forehead toward Yu Xiongwan's back to teach her a lesson. But Yu Xiongwan did not dodge, allowing the black light to hit her. There was an uproar among the slaves. Not resisting an attack from a later stage Great Venerable was tantamount to seeking death. But what surprised everyone was that the black light shot into Yu Xiongwan's back, like a clay ox entering the sea, without any movement. I can finally rest. Yu Xiongwan leaned against an ancient tree as if nothing had happened, massaging her legs. Mining every day is exhausting. This scene caused the pupils of all the slaves to shrink. She had taken a blow from Yun Lanfeng and was still unscathed. Was he too powerful, or was he just too talented? It should be the latter, right? Only Su Yu stared deeply at Yu Xiongwan, reserving his opinion. He could not see through Yu Xiongwan. Seeing how strange Yu Xiongwan was, Yun Lanfeng narrowed his eyes and gave up on forcing her. If he could not force her, his prestige as the leader would be greatly reduced. What about you? Yun Lanfeng stared at Su Yu. Su Yu folded his hands in his sleeves and said indifferently, the same. What he meant by the same was obviously the same as Yu Xiongwan. Sure. However, you'll only have the right to say these words if you survive a single strike from me. The hundreds of eyes on Yun Lanfeng's body that had just been shut opened once again. 100 rays of black light covered the sky and covered the earth. It was unavoidable. Compared to the sneak attack on Xiongwan, this attack was obviously done with all his strength. He did not want another uncontrollable slave to appear. Many slaves stared at him, wanting to see if Yu Xiongwan would lend a hand. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiongwan was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her left hand propping up her chin. She was looking at them curiously and had no intention of helping them at all. He should know when to advance and when to retreat. A slave analyzed. However, Su Yu's actions exceeded all of their expectations. Su Yu's hands were hidden in his sleeves, and he didn't try to hide or evade them. He just let the hundreds of black lights hit his body. Puff, puff. A series of hitting sounds could be heard, and Su Yu was hit solidly. Unlike Yu Xiongwan, who had absorbed the black light through some strange means, Su Yu had to bear it directly. However, he acted as if nothing had happened. He smiled faintly and said, "It seems that I have the right to withdraw from you." After brushing off the dust on his body, he came to another tree and sat down cross-legged quietly. Yun Lanfeng looked at Su Yu deeply and said, "Then, I can only wish the two of you a smooth journey in the next few days." "Thank you," Su Yu replied indifferently. 5 days was only enough time for them to adjust their condition. The master of the Hall of Missions arrived as promised. Behind him were several guards, including Xianyin, whom Su Yu was very familiar with. She smiled at Su Yu as a greeting. "Now, set off immediately." With a command, the 10 guards and 20 slaves left the faction immediately. They rode on a strange flying treasure of the faction and flew forward at high speed. The flying treasure was a carriage made of copper. It was different from the treasures that Su Yu had come into contact with in the past, which all consumed crystals. This item actually consumed 8th grade 9 Serenities crystals. The 9 Serenities crystals can be used as energy, Su Yu thought to himself. He had been in the faction for 2 months, but why had he never heard or seen the 9 Serenities crystals being used on a large scale? The Greater One faction had been excavating them all year round at all costs, so there should have been a huge motivation. However, at the moment, the 9 Serenities crystals did not seem to be of much use. Is there a secret that I don't know about? Su Yu thought to himself. The group of people traveled a long distance. 30 days passed in the blink of an eye. Even though they were very far away, they could see a tribe standing on the horizon. Many shabby houses stood side by side, forming a small town. The destination is right ahead. The master of the hall waved his hand, ordering everyone to stop. He said, "Now, everyone will split into 2 groups. One group will attack from the left wing, and the other from the right wing." Under his arrangement, 10 goalkeepers and 20 slaves formed a group. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. At the moment, everything seemed to be as the top-secret message had said. They were going to be sacrificed. As expected, the 10 guards looked like they were going to attack the left wing. In fact, they would retreat midway, allowing the 20 slaves to attack the tribe without knowing anything. "Yes," the crowd replied. Xianyin walked over and encouraged Su Yu. "Su Yu, I believe in you. With your intelligence and wisdom, you will definitely achieve great merits this time. I look forward to your performance." Her expression was sincere and sincere. If Su Yu had not known about her plan, he might have been fooled by her appearance. "Sir, be careful too." Xianyin nodded. "You too. Let's meet back at the tribe." Both sides were ready. The master finally said to the slaves, "You must attack with all your might. If you fail the mission because of your poor performance, don't even think about getting the time crystals when you return." They only had 30 time crystals when they arrived. They still needed 30 time crystals to support their hourglasses when they returned. Unless they had so many hourglasses themselves. Yun Lanfeng and the others were shocked and nodded. Both sides moved immediately. The slaves moved quietly to the right wing. The goalkeepers on the left wing also moved quickly. When they moved to an area where neither side could detect them, the group of goalkeepers, led by Xianyin, retreated quickly, far away from the tribe. Hee, a bunch of stupid slaves. Do they really think it's so easy to get the merits? Heaven really needs to pay a tuition fee. This time, we'll let them know that there's no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. A cold smile appeared on Xianin's pretty face. This time, it would be hard for Su Yu not to die. The strong fighters in the tribe were far more than what the mission said. If Su Yu and the others attacked, only death awaited them. There was only one reason why she wanted to kill Su Yu. How could she allow someone else to sleep beside her bed? Su Yu was the only one who knew that she was selling the 9 Serenities crystals. If he didn't die, she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. In the tribe, a group of merchants, each wearing a mask, were discussing in a house. "Jin Yu, because of your carelessness, we've lost our trading channel with the Greater One sect. Tell me, how should we punish you?" One of the bronze-masked men said. Only the bronze-masked man was standing. The rest of the people were kneeling on one knee. The man's high status was self-evident. Jin Yu was the golden-masked woman. Her eyes were gloomy and helpless as she said, "I'm willing to accept the punishment. Elder Mo, the last time the Greater One sect had discovered their trading, it had caused all subsequent transactions with the Greater One sect members to be interrupted. This matter had alarmed the higher-ups, the Elder Mo, who had personally arrived at the stronghold. Jin Yu had already mentally prepared herself. "Fine," the Elder Mo said indifferently, "in view of your serious negligence, I will disqualify you from trading according to the rules of the demon faction. At the same time, you will be sent to the demon faction to be punished with 1,000 years of isolation." Jin Yu's face was pale. She had no choice but to accept her fate. "I will obey." Diddi. All of a sudden, urgent beeps sounded from the waists of the dozens of merchants present at the same time. Jin Yu's expression changed abruptly. "Oh no, An outsider has triggered the alarm formation of the tribe. The elder Mo's expression tightened. He waved his sleeves majestically, and a clear light screen appeared in front of him. On the light screen, a group of youths was rushing over from the right side of the tribe. These are the slaves of the Greater One sect, right? The elder Mo's eyes narrowed. The Greater One sect has grown up. How dare they send a mere 20 slaves to their deaths? One of the merchants pleaded, "Elder, let me go. I'll take care of everyone in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea." The elder Mo nodded slightly. "Be quick." At the same time, Yun Lanfeng hurried away with a group of slaves. They were fully focused, ready to fight with all their might. As they neared the tribe, Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan looked at each other. The latter suddenly stopped and raised her voice. "Stop, this is a trap." Hearing that it was a trap, Yun Lanfeng and the others stopped and looked at Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan, who were far behind the group. "What are the two of you up to?" Yun Lanfeng was displeased. Yu Xiangwan said solemnly, "This mission is a trap set by the faction for us slaves. They want us to be the sacrificial lambs to attract the attention of the strong fighters in the tribe. The real main force is to create a diversion and attack from the other side." Hearing this, the hearts of the crowd immediately wavered. A load of nonsense. With the mission in front of you, the two of you are indeed up to no good. Yun Lanfeng rebuked without hesitation. "Everyone, remember, this is the only chance for us to gain merit and become official goalkeepers. The two of them bewitched us, didn't they want to gain the upper hand and gain merit? Such petty tricks can't fool us," Yun Lanfeng said rationally and calmly. When the crowd heard this, they felt that it made sense. The two of them had been acting suspiciously from the start. They were indeed not trustworthy. "Let's go." Yun Lanfeng led them decisively into the tribe. Seeing this, Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan could only sigh. "Brother Su, we have already done our best. They are blinded by greed and cannot be saved," Yu Xiangwan said. "Let's go, with them attracting the target, we can hide behind them and reap the benefits." Su Yu looked at the group of slaves with pity. Sighing, he retreated with Yu Xiangwan and hid deep within the crowd. Chapter 2481. Not long after, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Yu Xiangwan's eyes glinted. "We can reap the benefits immediately." Su Yu was silent, but his eyes flashed with a strange light. Reaping the benefits was a bad plan, and Su Yu did not want to do it. Yun Lanfeng had led a group of strong youths into the tribe. Suddenly, a young woman at the back of the group let out a scream. Everyone turned to look and saw a strange figure emerging from the shadow of a huge rock. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the face of the figure, making him look extremely ferocious. "A bunch of thieves, you want to attack the demon faction's stronghold? You don't know what's good for you." The newcomer threw the dead body of the young woman, his eyes glinting with a cold light. The sudden change had interrupted everyone's plan. They had expected them to attack the tribe by surprise, but the result was the opposite. "What's going on? Didn't you say that there were no detection spells near the tribe? How did we get discovered?" One of the slaves' expression changed, shocked and confused. Yun Lanfeng stared at the person in front of him, his sharp eyes solemn. "Everyone be careful, he is a merchant of the same level as Master Xian." "Master Xian?" Everyone gasped, and all of them felt horrified. The report clearly said that this was an ordinary stronghold. There were only about 10 Pathmasters of the same level as the Yellow Pathmasters. How could there be a powerful and invincible Master Xian? "Although I don't know what the Greater One sect is thinking, sending you kids here, but since you're here, you don't have to leave." The latter suddenly attacked. In front of Master Xian, the Yellow Pathmasters were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yun Lanfeng clenched his teeth and shouted, "There's a change of plan, everyone scatter and escape." As the decision-maker, he decisively disbanded the group and escaped first. But the direction they were escaping in was the tribe. Such an unusual action immediately attracted the attention of a large number of strong youths. After some thought, they instantly understood Yun Lanfeng's intention. With Master Xian in front of them, where could the Yellow Pathmasters escape to? They could only do the opposite and enter the depths of the tribe to capture a few of the tribe's people as hostages. That way, they might have a chance to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Therefore, a rather strange scene appeared. Not only did the group of slaves who were being chased not leave, but they also sped up and charged into the tribe. Damn it! Xian Dao Master cursed in a low voice and quickly chased after them to kill them one by one. There were many powerful merchants in the tribe, and there was also a demon elder overseeing the tribe. However, there were also many people from the demon sect whose cultivation bases were not considered high. The consequences of this batch of slaves barging in could be imagined. No matter how hard he tried, more than half of them still managed to barge into the tribe. In an instant, there were sounds of intense fighting and blood-curdling screams coming from all over the tribe. Half of the tribe fell into chaos because of their intrusion. The tribe was only so big, so how could any abnormal movements be hidden from the group of Master Shen Dao and Elder Mo who were in a meeting? Trash. You can't even deal with a few juniors. Elder Mo was extremely dissatisfied. It was one thing for Jin Yu to carelessly destroy the trading channel of the Greater One sect, but the other merchant could not even deal with a few juniors. Go chase after them and finish them off in half an incense stick's time. Elder Mo snorted coldly, a bunch of trash that can't do anything right. When this old man returns to the demon sect, I will definitely report this to the demon lord. He seriously doubted the ability of the station in front of him. This made all the merchants' faces turn ugly. Elder Mo's authority was frighteningly high, his words carried a lot of weight in front of the demon lord. Everyone's faces turned ugly as they chased after the slaves that barged in. The result could be imagined. Those slaves thought that there were only ordinary experts in the tribe, but they would never have thought that the Master Xian Dao who was chasing after them was only one of them. There were dozens of experts that were not weaker than him. In less than a quarter of an hour, the sounds of fighting had quietened down. Other than Yun Lanfeng, who managed to use his true cultivation base to escape, the rest of the slaves, without exception, were all captured alive or killed on the spot. However, right at the moment this place was about to calm down, right behind the tribe, a large rolling cloud silently appeared. The cloud was close to the ground, and its aura was completely restrained. No one knew how long the cloud had been there, but at this time, it was motionless in a hidden place. In the cloud, there were experts with astonishing auras, restraining their aura, quietly listening to the movements in the tribe. The person in front of them was the unfathomably deep Third Elder, as well as several powerful hall masters of the sect. Finally, there were hundreds of the sect's elites, each of them strong and extraordinary, and skilled in battle. Suddenly, there was the sound of intense fighting coming from within the tribe. At the same time, the Third Elder received a message, his eyes flashing. Move out. Hualala, the cloud layer was suddenly lifted apart, and a large number of experts poured out, like a sudden storm, descending upon the entire tribe, fighting with the merchants that were chasing after the slaves. The latter were caught off guard, and hastily responded. This time, the Greater One sect had come prepared, and the number of experts they had far exceeded the number of merchants. It was almost a 2-against-1 situation. The result could be imagined, it was completely one-sided. In just a few breaths, there was a merchant that was killed on the spot. The situation of the other merchants was extremely worrisome as well, and they were surrounded by danger. If this were to continue, then only death awaited them. The Third Elder floated in midair, overseeing the entire situation from above. Seeing that the Hall Masters and the other Shen Dao Masters had quickly suppressed the merchants, and the elite disciples had captured the ordinary members, the entire situation was as smooth as expected. He could not help but nod his head in satisfaction. As for the slaves that had already fallen into a pool of blood, they were completely ignored. The decision to attract the attention of the slaves was obviously incomparably accurate. If they directly attacked, the merchants would definitely be alerted, and if they did not escape, they would be prepared to resist. A group of slaves had attracted their attention, allowing their operation to be exceptionally smooth. Time passed bit by bit, and the group of merchants retreated step by step. Seeing that the plan was about to succeed, suddenly, the Third Elder's eyelids twitched for no reason, his heart beating wildly. There was suddenly a deep chill in his heart. After years of cultivation, the Third Elder immediately sensed that something was wrong, vigilantly looking around. Suddenly, He fixed his gaze on a simple and crude house. Inside the house, a black-robed old man with a bronze mask slowly walked out. Under the bronze mask, there was a pair of eyes that revealed an extremely cold killing intent, and a terrifying aura surged out from the bronze mask old man's body. The demon elder was indeed extremely angry. The local station was not doing their job well, and it had already caused him great displeasure. But he did not expect that the Greater One sect would come knocking at his door at this time, and wantonly kill his people. How could he not be angry? You're courting death. The demon elder, who had long been angry, suddenly rolled his eyes, turning blood red. Demon transformation. The black robe on his body suddenly shattered, revealing an incomparably ferocious body. His entire body was pitch black, and thick blue veins that were like snakes constantly squirming on his body. At the same time, his back moved, and a pair of huge wings that were hundreds of feet wide appeared. Seeing this, the third elder's pupils shrank, sucking in a breath of cold air. Demon sect. Demon elder. The most prominent characteristic of the people of the demon sect was the pair of ferocious pitch-black wings on their back, emitting an astonishing demonic chi. According to the size of the wings, the people of the demon sect were divided into different levels. Among them, the demon elder's demonic wings were hundreds of feet wide. There were a total of 10 demon elders in the demon sect. It was said that the lowest cultivation level of the demon elder was infinitely close to the Tao Master. The appearance of the demon elder made the third elder's heart beat wildly in fear. He retracted his aura, and hid stealthily, not even daring to breathe loudly, for fear of being discovered by the demon elder. At the same time, he sneakily escaped out of the tribe. He did not pay any attention to those hall masters who did not know that a disaster was imminent. In his rage, the demon elder unfurled his 100-feet-long demonic wings, and suddenly flashed. Instantly, the entire heaven and earth were filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls, as though there were tens of thousands of malicious spirits walking between heaven and earth. The many hall masters who were happily capturing peddlers, when they heard the ghostly howls, suddenly felt a sharp pain all over their bodies, as though they were being pierced by needles. Die! The demon elder roared, a powerful sound wave piercing through the thick demonic chi, sweeping across the bodies of everyone present. But when the people of the tribe were swept, there was nothing strange, only the invaders. When they were swept, those who were lightly injured fell to the ground in unbearable pain. Those who were heavily injured died on the spot, and not even a trace of their remnant soul was left. In an instant, the entire tribe was covered in blood. The might of the demon sect elder was so great. Even the third steward, who had already escaped far away, was injured. He groaned and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. The person in front of him was indeed a demon sect elder, although it was very likely that he was the demon sect elder with the lowest cultivation. But his strength was still so strong that he felt suffocated. Escape. At this moment, there was only one thought in the third steward's mind. The sudden appearance of the demon sect elder had disrupted all his plans, and now he could only escape. Not long after he escaped, he met the mission hall master, Xian Yin, and the others who were rushing over. Third steward, we are here to provide support. The mission hall master's face was filled with anticipation. Xian Yin and the others who were behind him were also impatient. If they arrived earlier, they would have the chance to kill the peddlers, plunder a large amount of time crystals, and even obtain great merits. The third steward immediately hid the panic on his face, and said sternly, "Leave quickly, there is a peerless expert in the tribe." At this moment, everyone realized that the third steward's face was slightly pale and frightened. And he was alone, there was not even a shadow behind him. Peerless expert? The mission hall master was stunned. What kind of mission was qualified for the third steward to call it a peerless expert? Demon sect elder. After saying that, the third steward abandoned them and ran away. His heart was still beating wildly, and he knew that the longer he stayed, the more danger he would be in. However, almost at the same time, a huge shadow streaked across their heads. Chapter 2482. Thump, the third deacon's heart sank, waves of despair rising within him. Split up, run. The third steward struggled on his deathbed. With a loud roar, he took the lead and turned into thousands of clones that fled in all directions in a disorderly manner. On the other hand, Xian Yin and the others also unleashed their own abilities, fleeing at top speed. The demon elder snorted. "Don't even think of leaving." A shadow streaked across the sky, followed by screams. Meanwhile, outside the tribe, Su Yu and Yu Xiongwan, who were hiding, witnessed the earth-shattering change. Yu Xiongwan's expression was grim. "The demon faction's elder has come to this tribe. Our luck is really bad. Let's retreat," Yu Xiongwan said. With the current situation, it was uncertain if they could return alive, let alone reap the benefits. If they persisted any longer, they would be the fish. Unexpectedly, when Yu Xiongwan looked at Su Yu, he realized that Su Yu's expression was extremely calm. There was not a hint of surprise or panic on his face. "Brother Su, you already predicted this?" Yu Xiongwan did not believe it. Unless one could foresee the future, no matter how powerful one was, it was impossible to predict what would happen in front of them. Su Yu nodded. "Although it's different from what I expected, I guess." "What?" Yu Xiongwan stared deeply at Su Yu. If he did not know that Su Yu was not someone who boasted, he would have burst out laughing. Could Su Yu have predicted this situation from the start? Su Yu slowly got up, a smile on his lips as he looked toward the brightly lit tribe. "Brother Yu, your plan to reap the benefits will not work. Why not use my strength to turn the tide?" Yu Xiongwan's eyes turned. "You mean?" His pupils constricted and he gasped, shocked by Su Yu's plan. Su Yu calmly said, "The merit that I value has never been the killing of the merchants. No matter how great the merit of killing them is, it is limited. The merit that I want is to turn the tide and save all of them. Brother Yu, do you think it's more important for the faction to kill a few merchants or to preserve our own strength?" Yu Xiongwan did not hesitate. "Of course it's the latter. The number of strong fighters is the foundation of a faction. As for these merchants, even if they are left alone, it will not harm the faction's foundation." He understood what Su Yu meant. Even if the two of them could kill all the peddlers, the merit they would gain would not be comparable to saving some of the sect's important experts. "But Brother Su, how can you be so sure that our sect will encounter such a huge crisis?" This was what Yu Xiongwan could not understand the most. It was impossible for people to predict everything. Su Yu's eyes were filled with indifferent coldness as he said, "If they don't have a crisis, can't I create one?" Hearing this, Brother Yu understood immediately, and the way he looked at Su Yu changed completely. He was half startled and half in admiration. In the end, he laughed and said, "Brother Su has the demeanor of an ambitious and ruthless person." What Su Yu meant was that if the faction's operation went too smoothly, Su Yu would make the faction's operation fail at all costs, putting everyone in danger, and then he would step in to save them. Yu Xiongwan did not dislike Su Yu's actions. How many years had the Greater One sect been harming the outer domain? Deceiving them for how many years? How many outstanding young prodigies did they kill? Even if she really caused their deaths, Yu Xiongwan would not feel the least bit guilty. "Then are you willing to work with me?" Su Yu said with a faint smile. Yu Xiongwan laughed. "Why don't you and I compete to see who can save more people? How about that?" "Sure." Su Yu laughed. He suddenly felt that Yu Xiongwan was to his liking. Both of them were good at scheming, and it was even rarer that they got along well. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, using their respective movement techniques at the same time. Su Yu pulled down a corner of his blindfold without concealment, displaying the space domain, and rushed over in an instant. Yu Xiongwan laughed. "Looks like I have to show my true abilities too." He reached into his robes with 2 fingers and took out an ancient seal. He muttered softly, "I haven't released myself in a long time. Su Yu, you better not lose to me." Boom! Yellow Pathmaster's cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed to the level of Shen Pathmaster, and his cultivation level was obviously a level higher than the merchant's. He took a step forward and entered the tribe in an instant. The two of them searched for the captured Greater One sect martial artists. The first to discover them was Su Yu. He had mastered the 8 great domains, so he was faster than others in searching for people and items. The first person he found was a hall master. He was severely injured. Half of his body had been shattered by the demon elder, and only half of his body was left. He was caught by 2 merchants of the same level as Shen Pathmaster. There are still fish that escaped the net. How amazing was the Shen Pathmaster's perception. They immediately discovered Su Yu's existence, and roared angrily as they charged toward him. Su Yu smiled lightly, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. He had finally released the Shen Pathmaster realm that he had hidden for a long time. A surge of Shen Path energy, which was far more powerful than others of the same level, erupted and collided with the 2 Shen Pathmasters. With a loud explosion, the 2 Shen Dao sect masters were sent flying in disbelief. Su Yu grabbed the heavily injured Hall Master with his palm and stuffed him into the storage space. Then, he went to another place at lightning speed and continued to rescue the second one. In this way, he was unstoppable, rescuing the Hall Masters from the merchants one by one. If he encountered any elite disciples along the way, he would also rescue them. After half a cup of tea's time, Su Yu's right eye suddenly twitched. A hint of danger filled his heart. He didn't have to think to know that the demon elder had returned. Although there were still 1 or 2 Hall Masters that he hadn't rescued, it was enough. Swish! A large Milky Way appeared in front of him, and he left in an instant. Yu Xiangwan sensed the danger almost at the same time as Su Yu and quickly escaped. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. They did not meet up together, but chose to separate and escape separately. The demon elder returned to the tribe, his left hand clutching a bloody, heavily injured figure. It was the 3rd steward. In the end, he failed to escape the demon elder's pursuit. His thousands of duplicates were seen through, and his original body was captured. What happened? The demon elder stared coldly at the injured people on the ground, as well as the many captured Hall Masters of the Greater One sect. A group of merchants endured their injuries and came forward to kneel on one knee to ask for forgiveness. After learning that after he left, 2 young men with extraordinary strength killed their way into the tribe and rescued everyone, he was furious. Trash! With a roar, a powerful aura was generated around him, sending the group of merchants flying and smashing their houses. Cough, cough, Jin Yu's face was pale, and she violently coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Everyone, go after them. The demon elder was furious. If not for the fact that he still needed them to serve the demon faction, he would have killed all of them on the spot. Yes. The group of merchants gave chase. But Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan, one using the space domain, the other mysterious and unpredictable. How could they be caught up so easily? Even if they could sense their location, it was still extremely difficult to catch up. The demon elder took the lead, furiously taking the lead to give chase. The direction in which he was chasing happened to be where Su Yu was. Su Yu sensed the danger behind him, and his expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he completely released the space domain, crossing an extremely long distance with one step. But what made Su Yu slightly apprehensive was that the demon elder's speed was not inferior to his, and he was constantly closing the distance between them. At this speed, Su Yu would be caught up in less than 3 days. At that time, Su Yu was still far from escaping back to the faction. A day passed, and the distance between them was reduced by half. The more the demon elder chased, the more frightened he became. He thought that as long as he locked onto his target, with his cultivation, he would only need a cup of tea's time to catch up. But unexpectedly, he chased for a whole day. Does he have a superior flying treasure? The demon elder was surprised. The demonic faction was best at flying, and very few flying treasures could compare. With the Greater One sect, there should be no hope. But when the chase came to the second day, the other party still had no intention of stopping. The demon elder was starting to believe that the other party had an extremely powerful treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to escape for so long. It's a pity that you ran into me. The demon elder's eyes were filled with a cruel light. If it had been other merchants, they really would not have been able to catch Su Yu. On the 3rd day, the demon elder saw a silver-haired human from afar, stepping on the Milky Way, crossing thousands of miles with each step. Space domain? The demon elder was shocked. In the Dream Duan realm, only the descendants of the Space Master can cultivate the space domain. Could this person be one of the descendants of the Space Master? Thinking of this, the demon elder did not retreat. Instead, his eyes were filled with astonishment, and he could not help but laugh. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. I actually met a descendant of the Space Master's bloodline who was scattered outside. And his cultivation is so weak. Under normal circumstances, the descendants of the Space Master lived in that mysterious space and were strictly protected. They were one of the most noble bloodlines in the Dream Duan realm and rarely went out. Even if they went out, they would never act alone, and would always be accompanied by powerful experts. There was almost no descendant of the Space Master's bloodline like the one in front of him, acting alone. If he could capture him and bring him back to the demon faction, it would be a great credit. It would allow him to rise to the top in a single step, and it was even possible for him to become the left and right protectors. Hearing the long shout behind him, Su Yu's eyes had an additional touch of seriousness. A strong man who was close to the Pathmaster, such an existence would not be much weaker than the clone of Prince Xiaoyaro who was holding the Emperor ruler. However, Su Yu might have a way to escape. Myriad star river transformations. The Milky Way under Su Yu's feet suddenly expanded 10,000 times, enveloping everything within its range. The demon elder was the same. He was caught off guard and was enveloped. He was surprised to find that Su Yu was clearly in front of him, but no matter how hard he chased, he could not catch up with Su Yu. Instead, Su Yu gradually disappeared at the other end of the Milky Way, disappearing without a trace. This was the enemy trapping technique of the space domain. Seeing that he was about to lose track of Su Yu, the demon elder was anxious. With an angry roar, he released his own domain, forcibly breaking a crack in the space domain, and drilled out through the crack. He immediately looked around, but there was no trace of Su Yu. What entered his eyes was just a mountain range of mountains. The demon elder's eyes slowly narrowed. "Boy, I know you haven't escaped far. You are nearby. Come out obediently, and I can spare your life. If you don't, Humph, you don't want to know the consequences." Su Yu had trapped his opponent with the space domain, so naturally, he could not continue to use the space domain to escape. He was hiding in the 10,000 mountains below. Chapter 2483. Hearing the demon elder's threat, Su Yu held his breath. He used the 8 domains to form a very ordinary green mountain around him, and he hid in the belly of the mountain. Because of the 8 domains' concealment, his breath was also completely isolated. Even though the demon elder's cultivation was close to that of an underworld master, it was difficult for him to detect Su Yu's cultivation. For a long time, Su Yu showed no signs of offering himself. The demon elder snorted coldly. The 1,000-feet wings on his back suddenly flapped wildly, and a sharp sound radiated to the endless mountains. With a rumble, one by one, the mountains were blown to pieces. The mountains and rivers of an 8-star civilization were nourished by the path energy in the air all year round, and their sturdiness was naturally far greater than that of the outer regions. If the demon elder's attack was performed in the outer regions, it would certainly be able to easily destroy a civilization. However, in an 8-star civilization, it could only tear apart tens of thousands of green mountains. In the deafening noise, the green mountain where Su Yu was also blown up, turning into 9 boulders that splashed in all directions. Su Yu was hiding in one of the boulders. The demon elder stared coldly at the sky full of flying rubble, stretched out a palm, and said coldly, "I'll let you see the power of the demonic faction." Demonic wind last. In an instant, a black gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. The gust of wind ignored the obstruction of the boulders and blew straight into the inside of the stones. Those who hid within would inevitably be corroded by the black wind. Su Yu suddenly felt his body go cold, and there was a sharp pain of corrosion inside his body. If he allowed it to continue, Su Yu would be corroded from the inside out into a pool of blood. If he tried to stop it, once he used the power of the Pathmaster, the demon elder would definitely notice. He was forcing Su Yu to make a move. However, Su Yu was not even afraid of the 9 Serenities' evil wind in the mine, so why would he be afraid of a mere demonic wind? Slivers of life force continued to evolve in Su Yu's body, repairing his corroded body. No matter how much the demonic wind corroded, it could be repaired by the life force. After a whole incense stick of time, the demon elder consumed a lot of mysterious path energy, but there was no effect as expected. He could not help but wonder, has he already escaped? But then he shook his head, confirming his judgment. If he had a way to get rid of me, he would have used it in the past 3 days. Why wait until now? This plan was ineffective. Looking at the rubble that fell all over the ground, Elder Mo was unwilling. I don't believe that I won't be able to find you. He smashed the stones into smithereens one by one, personally inspecting the interior of the stone. However, the 100,000 mountains had been smashed into pieces. How many rocks had appeared? To check them one by one, with just Elder Mo alone, it would probably take a very long time. For 10 consecutive days, Elder Mo had only checked less than half of them. Elder Mo. Greetings, Elder Mo. On this day, the group of people who had followed the demonic elder to chase after Suyu had finally caught up with the demonic elder's pace. They were 10 whole days behind him. Elder Mo's eyes lit up. You came at the right time. You're in charge of that piece of rock. Smash it completely. Don't miss a single grain of sand. You're in charge of the other area. And you, with the addition of 10 merchants, their speed was obviously much faster. Jin Yu was in charge of the centermost stone. She did not understand why Elder Mo was so persistent. It was one thing for a junior to run away, but was there a need to go through so much trouble? If he had the time, wouldn't it be better to do something else? Moreover, what was the use of breaking the stone to check every grain of sand inside? But since Elder Mo had given the order, they had no choice but to obey. Under such circumstances, they carried out the task very efficiently. Half a month later, Jin Yu stood on a giant stone, a little tired. In half a month, there had been no results, and she could not help but suspect Elder Mo's intentions. Sighing, Jin Yu chiseled the stone under her feet, split it into 2 halves, and then destroyed the other half, repeating the process until the whole stone was crushed into granules. Then, she checked the granules of the stone one by one. She had been repeating the same task for half a month, without sleep or rest, and had long since become visually tired. Therefore, when she glanced at one of the slightly strange dust particles, she did not immediately give a warning. Instead, she looked at it blankly again. That dust particle was slightly different from the others. Although it was the same size, the texture and color were obviously different, and there was a faint hint of the space domain. Suddenly, her spirit jolted. Could it be that this was what Elder Mo was looking for? She was overjoyed, and was about to say something, when suddenly, a wave of soul light shot out from the dust particle and entered between her eyebrows. In an instant, Jin Yu felt a sharp pain in her soul. Oh no, her soul was being eroded. Do you still need me to erode your soul? I can kill you in a snap of my fingers. Su Yu's indifferent voice sounded from the depths of her soul, and at the same time, a breath of the soul domain that made her tremble filled her soul. Soul. Jin Yu blurted out in horror, and almost said the words soul domain. Fortunately, Su Yu controlled her soul with the domain, so she did not shout it out. If you want to die, you can shout it at any time, Su Yu said lightly. Jin Yu was terrified to the extreme. The soul domain, this was something that only the soul dominator and his descendants could master, right? Hearing Su Yu's threat, Jin Yu felt a chill in her heart. Would it be difficult for such an existence to kill her? Elder, please spare my life, I have no choice, don't kill me, Jin Yu said in her soul. Su Yu snorted lightly. The one who is threatening your life is not me, but your demon elder. Him. Jin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then she understood, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She finally understood why the demon elder was so reluctant to hunt down Su Yu. It was because Su Yu was most likely a descendant of the soul dominator. Once such a person was handed over to the demon faction, it would be a great merit. In order to keep the secret, the demon elder did not want Su Yu to be known by the other demon elders, and then take away his merit. As the discoverer, could Jin Yu and the merchants who were looking for him be spared? Perhaps the other demon elders could, but the demon elder in front of her would not. He was known throughout the demon faction for his ruthlessness. After all, he had worked for the demon faction for many years, and he was Xiandao master, whose cultivation was successful. Jin Yu immediately understood the stakes. Elder, thank you for your guidance, Jin Yu said. At that moment, a questioning look floated over. Jinyu, did you find anything? Jinyu quickly hid the strange look on her face and body, and shook her head. No. Only then did the demon elder withdraw his gaze. Jinyu continued to crush the stone quietly, but in her mind, she was communicating with Suyu. Elder, do you need my help? If he was free, Jinyu could avoid the disaster of being killed. Put me away. Jinyu hesitated a little, but still followed Suyu's instructions and hid the speck of dust between her nails. Another month passed. After 2 whole months, the demon elder destroyed all the nearby mountains into dust, but did not find even half a shadow of Suyu. After a futile effort, the demon elder let out a long sigh. It's my bad luck. If time allowed, he would keep searching. However, as the demon elder, he could not leave the faction for too long. This time, he had been away for more than half a year. He had to go back, otherwise, the demon lord would be suspicious. Looking at Jinyu and the others, the demon elder waved his hand and led them back to the station. In the hall, the demon elder summarized the inspection and said, "Since this station has been discovered by the Supreme Sect, it must be abandoned. I order you to find a new station within a month and inform the faction." Yes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The demon elder was anxious to go back and had no time to investigate their incompetence. He slowly got up and looked at Jinyu for the last time. After thinking for a while, he said, "Rebuilding the station is a long way off. I order you to make up for your mistakes. You must find a channel to trade with the Supreme Sect disciples within a year, otherwise, you will be severely punished." Jinyu was very grateful and bowed. "I will do my best." She was relieved that she would not be forced to go back to the demon faction. However, the problem was, how difficult would it be to re-establish a deal with the Supreme Sect within a year? After this incident, the Supreme Sect was bound to strengthen supervision and precautions. It would be extremely difficult for the internal disciples to resell the 9 Serenities crystal in the faction. A year was too short. If they could not complete it, they would still not escape punishment. In this way, the demon elder stopped and left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to move the station according to his instructions. Jinyu returned to her house, and with a shake of her nails, dust fell out. Under his incredulous gaze, the speck of dust grew from small to large, and then it folded into a complete human. "Senior." Jinyu bowed. Suyu sized her up calmly and said, "We meet again." "Again? You are?" Jinyu was stunned. Suyu did not speak. He casually sat down on a stone bench and said, "I've heard what Elder Mo said. Now, I'm giving you a chance to live. Do you want it?" "Senior, what do you mean?" Jinyu's heart was filled with anticipation as she vaguely understood what Suyu meant. Without saying a word, Suyu took out a space storage device, opened it, and poured it on the ground. Immediately, the dark crystal that was the size of a cow fell to the ground and banged on the ground. Seeing this object, Jinyu was obviously stunned for a moment, and then she cried out involuntarily, "7th grade netherworld crystal? 7th rank?" Suyu nodded inwardly. He had already expected this. This giant 9 nether crystal was obviously darker in color than the previous 8th grade 9 nether crystal. "Take a closer look," Suyu said calmly. Jinyu's face was full of excitement. She estimated that this 9 Serenities crystal weighed at least 250 kilograms. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Jinyu's heart thumped wildly. Could it be? She took out a magic tool and placed the 9 nether crystal on it. Soon, a line of words flashed on the magic tool that shocked her eyes. 7th grade 9 nether odd crystal, 250 kilograms. Oh my god! It's actually an odd crystal? Jinyu exclaimed as she covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief and shock. 7th grade 9 nether odd crystals were extremely rare, and such a huge one was even rarer. That was not all, but there was an odd crystal inside. Chapter 2484. Senior, do you mean to sell it to me? Jinyu was overjoyed. Suyu nodded. This is just the beginning. From now on, I can be your trading channel with the Greater One faction. Hearing this, Jinyu was finally relieved. At this moment, she was just short of worshipping Suyu like a bodhisattva. But suddenly, her face fell, and she said with a bitter smile, "Senior, maybe I can't even start." She looked at the 500 kilograms of 7th grade 9 Serenity's odd crystal with a helpless look. Suyu understood the meaning in her words and said, "Why? You don't have enough time crystals." "Yes." Jinyu said, "A kilogram of 7th grade 9 Serenity's odd crystal can be exchanged for 40 time crystals. With the addition of the 9 Serenity's odd crystal, the value is at least doubled, which is 81 kilograms. In the end, it's worth 20,000 time crystals. I'm just a merchant, and I only have a little more than 10,000 time crystals at my disposal every year." Suyu's face was full of disappointment. She had thought of everything except that as a merchant, the demon faction couldn't give her unlimited rights to use the time crystals. "How about this, Senior? Sell the outer layer of 9 Serenity's odd crystal to me, and keep the inner layer of 9 Serenity's odd crystal for yourself. How about that?" Jinyu said nervously. Suyu's eyes flickered. "Is there a loss for me?" Jinyu nodded honestly. "To be precise, there is a risk of loss. The reason why the 9 Serenity's odd crystal is so expensive is that it's impossible to determine the value of the things sealed inside. Many forces will buy them at a price several times that of the factions, just to try their luck and dig out the divine objects from the early years of the era." Hearing this, Suyu raised his brows slightly. "I have a question that I would like to ask you. What is the purpose of the factions and forces like the demon faction frantically snatching the 9 Serenity's crystals? What is the use of these crystals?" Suyu asked. Jinyu blinked, as if asking why Suyu would ask such a childish question. But thinking of Suyu's identity as an outsider, Jinyu felt relieved and said, "Senior, you may not know this, but since the early years of the era, the Dream-Divided Realm has begun to plunder 9 Serenity's crystals. Ordinary 9 Serenity's crystals can be used to exchange for time crystals from the Time Master, and 9 Serenity's odd crystals can be cut out to obtain very important divine objects. In other words, all the 9 Serenity's crystals of the Dream-Divided Realm had fallen into the hands of the Master of Time. Jinyu only knew one of its uses, she did not know the other. Alright, what kind of divine items can be found in the 9 nether odd crystal?" Suyu asked. Jinyu immediately became excited. "There are many treasures from the early years of the epoch. If you're lucky, you can get divine weapons, Dao artifacts, and divine technique spots from the early years of the epoch. If you're extremely lucky, you can even get the Dao body of an unparalleled almighty from the early years of the epoch. Throughout history, the luckiest one is the Howran clan. They obtained a giant 3rd grade 9 nether odd crystal, from which they got a Dao master level spiritual pet. It's even alive, which greatly increased the strength of the Howran clan." Suyu didn't care about the so-called divine item. He thought to himself, it's already an item from the beginning of the era. What good stuff can there be in it? At most, they were just some inanimate objects. Who would have thought that there would actually be a living thing? The 9 nether odd crystal has existed since the first year of the era, right? How could the thing sealed inside still be alive? Suyu asked. Jinyu shook her head and said, "That's why it depends on luck. 99% of the sealed objects of the 9 nether odd crystals are dead, but there are very few exceptions. They have appeared several times throughout the era." As she spoke, she couldn't help but look at the giant 7th grade 9 nether odd crystal in front of Suyu, her eyes full of anticipation. Suyu couldn't help but be tempted. No wonder Jinyu said that the value of the 9 nether odd crystal would depreciate greatly after it was cut open. If the item inside was found to be worthless after it was cut open, the value of this piece of 9 nether odd crystal would be no different from that of an ordinary 9 nether crystal. "I'm just making a suggestion. It's up to you to decide." Suyu thought for a moment and said, "Cut it." Even if the item inside was worthless, he could still get 10,000 time crystals, which was in line with his expectations. "All right." Jinyu took out a doctrine artifact that was neither gold nor wood and handed it to Suyu. She said, "This is a doctrine artifact specially made for cutting the 9 nether odd crystal, the heterogeneous saber." Suyu took it and found that this item was somewhat similar to the special tools sold in the Greater One faction, but it was more exquisite. He tried to cut the 9 nether crystal, and sure enough, it was extremely sharp. It was like cutting a lump of mud, and it could be said to be able to cut iron like mud. Under the gaze of Jinyue's beautiful eyes, Suyu cut the huge 9 nether odd crystal layer by layer. In the end, when the knife cut the innermost layer, it was finally possible to see what was inside with the naked eye. "It's a humanoid creature," Jinyu exclaimed and said, "You're lucky. Such a 9 nether odd crystal can be sold for 4 times the price." Suyu looked at it and found that it was a savage beast that stood on its hind legs. It was full of spirituality and was faintly close to a living creature, so it was called a humanoid creature. As for the 9 nether crystal in front of him, because the outer layer was peeled off, there were only 100 pounds left. In theory, it could only be sold for 4,000 time crystals. However, because it was a humanoid creature, the price was 4 times higher, which was enough to sell for 4,000 time crystals. In addition to the 400 pounds of time crystals that had been peeled off before, it could be sold for 16,000 time crystals. In total, it could be sold for 20,000 time crystals. If Suyu sold it all, it would only be worth 20,000 time crystals. Suyu was lucky to be able to open a humanoid creature. If he was unlucky, he would have to make a loss. "If you play this business, you may lose everything if you're not careful," Suyu sighed. Jinyu said disapprovingly, "Senior, you may not know this, but if you can get the best out of it, the harvest will be the time crystals that can't be used up in several lifetimes. It will be more than enough to establish a faction. Of the 344 sects today, half of them have the capital to establish their sects and grow bigger and bigger because they've cut out something valuable today. Therefore, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, everyone has to give it a try. Money could move people's hearts, not to mention the great cause of a faction." Suyu finally understood why some people were so crazy for the 9 nether odd crystals. "Well, you can take the leftovers, I will hold the innermost layer for the time being." Suyu only took 100 pounds of the inner layer of 9 nether odd crystals. Jinyu had already carefully picked up the large pieces of 9 nether odd crystals that had been peeled off the ground and put them away happily. She then took out 16,000 time crystals and said joyfully, "Senior, you have helped me a lot." Not only did he reopen the channel of the Supreme One sect, but he also sold her 400 pounds of 7th grade 9 nether crystals. This was the total amount she had obtained in the past 5 years. This is the time and place for the next transaction. Suyu handed her a jade pendant and covered it with a layer of her scent. Only she could open it. If others forcibly broke it open, they would only destroy the contents inside. "Next time, I will give Senior a surprise." Jinyu seemed to have decided on something, her beautiful eyes flashing. Suyu was surprised and said with a smile, "I hope so." After doing this, he left quietly. After a month, he successfully returned to the faction. Just as he arrived outside the faction, a stream of light streaked past and stopped him. "Brother Su, I did not wait in vain for a few months." The person who came was Yu Xiangwan. He had successfully escaped the pursuit of the traveling merchants and had returned to the faction a few months ago. However, he did not immediately report back to the sect. Instead, he waited here. Suyu said, "Why didn't you go first?" If Yu Xiangwan had returned first, the credit might have been greater. "Don't change the subject." Yu Xiangwan stared at Suyu, her eyes full of surprise. "You actually managed to escape from the pursuit of the demonic faction's elder. Brother Su, you are the one who hid your abilities well." Thinking of Suyu's strategic planning and his unfathomable abilities, Yu Xiangwan felt an inexplicable chill. Looking at Suyu was like looking into an abyss. If she was not careful, she could fall into the abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. "Haha, just a little trick, let's not talk about it. Let's go back." Suyu avoided the topic. Yu Xiangwan desperately wanted to know, but it was not convenient to get to the bottom of it. She sighed helplessly. "Sigh, I used to think that all the slaves were stupid and that I was the only one who stood out. I did not expect there to be a freak like you hidden among the slaves." Yu Xiangwan was a nature-defying existence in his hometown. Before he left, he unified the entire hometown with his own strength and established a never-before-seen empire. In his hometown, he was the revered Great Emperor, the first emperor of the world. When he came to the Greater One faction, he He looked down on the other slaves. Even Su Yu had looked down on them. Unexpectedly, he was a freak, but Su Yu was even more of a freak. Su Yu smiled without saying a word and returned to the faction with him. At the entrance of the faction, there were 2 strong fighters of the faction standing guard. "Who are you?" the 2 fighters asked. Yu Xiangwan said indifferently, 3 months ago, people who were sent out to annihilate the merchants. Hearing that, the 2 of them were shocked. "What are your names?" The operation 3 months ago had ended in failure. There was no news of the elites of the faction led by the 3rd deacon. The faction judged that they had met with misfortune. How could the 2 guards not be shocked when 2 slaves suddenly returned? Yu Xiangwan, Su Yu. When the names were read out, the 2 guards immediately took out the information on the slaves and confirmed that they were real people. "The 2 of you, quickly follow me to the affairs division and report to the division master what happened that day." The 2 guards realized the severity of the situation and did the same. Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan arrived at the affairs division. The affairs division had a division master and 2 deputy division masters. To ensure that the facts were correct, the 2 deputy division masters each brought 1 person to the side chamber for questioning. In the slightly dark side chamber, Su Yu stood. In front of him sat a deputy division master with a rugged face and a strong physique. Su Yu felt that his facial features were slightly familiar. "Audacious slave, why did you come back alive when all the guards were dead? Were you the one who set them up? Tell me honestly, tell me." It was thought to be a question, but in reality, it became an interrogation. From the start, the deputy division master roared at him. Chapter 2485. How could he be so sure that he had framed the 3 managers? Anyone with a bit of sense would not think so. How could a slave frame the 3 managers and a group of powerful fighters? Su Yu stared at the fierce-looking deputy master and calmly said, "Since you've already said so, everything I say is just sophistry in your eyes, right?" Slap! The deputy master slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into pieces. "Insolence! How dare you speak to me like that?" Su Yu looked at him, his eyes calm. He could already confirm that the deputy master was deliberately targeting him. "Is it Xianin's people?" Su Yu shook his head. Xianyin was already dead, how could she control others to deal with him? Suddenly, Su Yu thought of someone. The trusted supervisor of the 9th mine, that brute. Looking closely, the deputy master in front of him looked very similar to that brute. "I see," Su Yu said, suddenly understanding. No wonder the deputy master wanted to frame Su Yu with a crime and put him to death. It turned out that he was inextricably linked to that brute. Everything made sense now. "Speak. How did you set them up?" the vice hall master shouted. A large number of fighters, including the 3 managers, had been annihilated. This matter had become something that even the faction master paid close attention to. Since that was the case, why not go with the flow and get rid of Su Yu? The supervisor of the mine was none other than his nephew. Su Yu hid his hands in his sleeves and closed his eyes, not saying a word. He did not admit it, nor did he argue. "Fine, since you are not speaking, that means you agree." The deputy master wrote down a confession on the spot. He stared at Su Yu with a pair of cold eyes. "Considering that you framed the faction's fighters and caused great harm, I, the deputy master, will punish you with banishment according to the faction's laws." Guards! He did not even report to the faction master, acting on his own. A mere slave could die, and with his relationship with the faction master, he would not make things difficult for him. It was just that his actions were truly shocking. Without any evidence, he could casually sentence a person to death. Su Yu had never heard of the punishment of banishment, but he knew that it would not be any less severe than the death penalty. "Deputy Clan Master, before I acknowledge you as the Deputy Clan Master, I advise you to restrain yourself. Otherwise, you will regret it," Su Yu said calmly. The Deputy Clan Master pointed at himself, then at Su Yu, as if he didn't care. What he meant was, "Who do you think you are to threaten me?" Hualala, several Samba law enforcers immediately rushed over and took him away according to the Vice Hall Master's orders. The place they were heading to was one of the 10,000 domains of the sect. This region had always been sealed off, and no one was allowed to casually enter. When the seal on this domain was undone, a huge black hole appeared in the ground. The inside of the cave was pitch black, and the bone-piercingly cold netherworld evil wind could be faintly felt. Explain the punishment of banishment to this Su Yu. The deputy division master placed his hands behind his back and sneered coldly. The law enforcers who could be ordered by him at any time were naturally his people. He put on a fake smile and said, "The so-called banishment punishment is to banish criminals who have committed the most heinous crimes to an abandoned mine." Oh! The mines in the Greater One sect were not the only one that was being excavated. There is only one reason why the mine has been abandoned, and that is because the minerals have been excavated to the netherworld, the law enforcer said. Now, it is filled with the netherworld evil wind at all times, and the living creatures banished there have never lived more than 2 days. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Su Yu did not care at all when he heard that. If he was banished to another place, he would have to be more cautious. After all, what kind of danger would there be if he was banished to an abandoned mine with the netherworld evil wind? On the contrary, Su Yu was very interested in going down to take a look at the so-called netherworld. Usually, the abandoned mine was tightly sealed, and no one was allowed to enter. Now, he had a chance to explore it. Why? Aren't you afraid? The deputy division master was displeased when he did not get the regret and fear he wanted to see from Su Yu's expression. Su Yu shrugged. What's there to be afraid of? Everyone will die sooner or later, won't they? His words stunned the deputy division master, and his face quickly darkened. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Send him down." A group of law enforcers pushed Su Yu down, and then sealed the mine's seal. In less than 2 days, Su Yu would definitely become one of the cold corpses. Let's go. The deputy division master heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I've finally avenged my nephew. I hope he can fulfill his promise and help me with that matter. On the other side, Deputy Division Master Li, who was questioning Yu Xiong Wan, thought he was just trying to confirm what had happened at that time. But who would have thought that when he asked, he would get a huge piece of news? Most of the division masters did not die and were saved by Yu Xiong Wan. Is this true? Deputy Division Master Li slammed the table and stood up in surprise. Because of this, the faction master felt it was a great pity. If he knew that those division masters did not die and were saved, he would be very happy. This was a great merit. Of course, Yu Xiong Wan said, my other companion and I saved quite a number of people. Deputy Division Master Li was overjoyed. Quick, let me see them. Yu Xiong Wan took out a space storage device. With a wave of her sleeve, 7 to 8 division masters and deputy division masters were released, as well as 10 elite disciples. Most of them were unconscious, and some of them were seriously injured. But without exception, all of them were still alive. Division Master Jiang of the Law Enforcement Division, Division Master Wang of the External Affairs Division, Division Master Zhao of the Treasury Division. Deputy Division Master Li counted and heaved a sigh of relief. At least not all of them died. Oh yes, how many people did your companion save? More than you. Deputy Division Master Li asked anxiously. They had sent out a total of 20 Division Masters and Deputy Division Masters, and they had saved 7 to 8 people. If that person could also save some of them, the Greater One sect's losses would be greatly reduced. Yu Xiong Wan shook her head. I haven't had the time to ask, but it shouldn't be less than me. If it was in the past, he probably would not think so. But after seeing Su Yu's prowess, he could not help but guess that the number of people Su Yu saved might be more than him. All right, come with me to meet the head steward immediately. Since that group of people failed their mission and died en masse, the faction master had personally gone to the Howran Holy Land to recruit new division masters. Currently, only the head steward was in the faction. This matter must be reported to the head steward. Yu Xiong Wan's heart settled. The merit this time might be greater than she had imagined. Once they succeeded, it would not be difficult to change their status from slave to official goalkeeper. Deputy Division Master Li brought Yu Xiong Wan and immediately rushed to the room where Su Yu was. He shouted outside the secret room, Deputy Division Master Qin, have you heard the good news? Unexpectedly, Deputy Division Master Chin was not among them. Where is he? Deputy Division Master Li asked the gatekeeper. The latter avoided his gaze and said, I don't know where he brought Suyu to. Hearing this, Deputy Division Master Li mistakenly thought that Deputy Division Master Chin had also found out from Suyu that not all the people had died that day. Hence, he brought Suyu alone to look for the head steward to receive the reward. Damn it, to think that I treated him as a colleague. Deputy Division Master Li slapped his thigh and said angrily, let's go, let's hurry over immediately. Deputy Division Master Li brought Yu Xiong Wan to meet the head steward anxiously. In a certain area of the faction, under an ancient tree, an elder with short golden hair was sitting cross-legged. Li Yun from the Affairs Division greets the head steward, Li Yun said respectfully. The golden-haired elder was the second-in-command in the faction, the head steward. His cultivation level was very close to that of an underworld master, and his abilities were similar to that of the demon elder who had chased after Su Yu. Now that the faction master has left, all the divisions are short of manpower. Did you leave your post on your own accord because of an urgent matter? The head steward looked displeased. Li Yun's face was full of joy. Reporting to head steward, it is because of an urgent matter that I came to disturb head steward's cultivation. He pushed Yu Xiong Wan forward and said, this is the slave who carried out the mission of annihilating the outpost with us 3 months ago. Hey! There was a glint in the Grand Steward's eyes. He looked at Yu Xiongwan and immediately asked, tell me quickly, what happened that day? Why didn't the third steward and the rest of the sect's experts return? Hence, Yu Xiong Wan told him the truth of the matter in full detail. Knowing that a demon elder had arrived at the outpost, she could not help but gasp. No wonder none of them returned. No one in the faction had expected that a demon elder would personally come to the outpost. Head steward, this slave has a great piece of good news to report. The head steward raised his golden eyebrows. Oh! Tell me about it. Yu Xiong Wan smiled and threw a space storage device to the head steward. Head steward, please take a look. The latter held the space storage device and took a look inside. His expression changed drastically as a hint of surprise and joy appeared in his eyes. What happened? Yu Xiong Wan said, I snatched it back when they were relaxed. I'm weak and could only save this many people. Wow! The head steward shook his palm and released all the people inside the storage device. He then personally treated their injuries so that they could recover quickly. Seeing that they were gradually getting better, the head steward looked much more relaxed. When he looked at Yu Xiong Wan again, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. What's your name? I'm Yu Xiong Wan. The head steward nodded silently and took out a bronze token. He personally engraved the 3 words Yu Xiong Wan on it. With a flick of his finger, the token was sent back to him. From today onwards, you're an official member of the Tai sect and belong to the Hall of Affairs. Yu Xiong Wan bowed gratefully. Thank you, head steward, for your reward. It's what I should do. You've made great contributions to the faction and should be rewarded. It could be seen that the head steward was in a good mood. Vice Head Li also laughed. Head steward, there's another person who acted together with Yu Xiong Wan. He also saved many people. According to speculation, the number of people saved might not be less than him. What? The head steward was already very satisfied to be able to save 7 to 8 hall masters and vice heads. Knowing that half of them were also saved, that meant that they did not lose their core strength this time. How could he not be excited? Where is he? Bring him here. Chapter 2486. Send it to me. The chief steward beamed with joy. The heavy burden on his chest had been lifted. He could not wait to meet the other batch of rescued people and confirm if they were really safe. Yes. The chief steward's region had a communication method to contact the core figures of the major sects. An attendant immediately sent a message to Deputy Hall Master Chin, ordering him to meet the chief steward in 5 minutes. Mine number 9. The boorish man grinned. Thank you for your help, uncle. I'm very grateful. Standing in front of him was Deputy Hall Master Chin. Hihi, we're uncle and nephew. There's no need to thank me. Deputy Hall Master Chin waved his hand and said, As long as you can represent the affairs hall and complete the task there in a few months, I'll be satisfied. The boorish man patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, uncle. I'll definitely satisfy you." Deputy Hall Master Chin nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Deputy Hall Master Chin suddenly received a message. He opened it and his expression changed drastically. "The chief steward is summoning me." The boorish man revealed a look of awe and joy. The chief steward rarely goes out and rarely summons people. Now that he's summoning you, it seems like he's going to put you in an important position. Recently, the sect had lost a large number of Hall Master level missions, and there were many vacancies. As the Deputy Hall Master of the Affairs Hall, his uncle had been in charge for many years. He was experienced and deeply trusted by the sect. The chief steward had most likely summoned him to discuss the matter of appointing him as Hall Master. "Congratulations in advance, uncle. The next time we meet, I might have to call you Hall Master Chin," the boorish man said. Deputy Hall Master Chin waved his hand, pretending to be humble. He, don't make a fuss before things are settled. Who knows, he might be criticizing me." Although he said that, he did not think much of it. At such a juncture, the chief steward should win over every core figure of the sect. Why would he criticize him for no reason? He might really be promoted to a Hall Master this time. While he was thinking, Deputy Hall Master Chin quickly rushed to where the chief steward was. He bowed respectfully from afar. "I'm Chin Yuan from the Affairs Hall." "Greetings, Chief Steward." He sneaked a glance and saw that Li Yun was there too. He thought, even he is here. This means that the Deputy Hall Master is really important. However, he was slightly puzzled by the fact that the escaped slave was there too. "Chin Yuan?" The chief manager's brows relaxed, and there was a smile on his face. This made Chin Yuan certain that he was going to appoint him as the Hall Master of a certain hall. However, he heard words that did not match at all. "Where is the young master you asked about?" Chin Yuan's expression stiffened. "Who? Is he talking about Su Yu?" Seeing Chin Yuan's hesitation, Li Yun immediately tried to smooth things over. "Haha, brother Chin Yuan, I thought that you were here alone to claim credit. It turns out that you haven't gotten the answer yet." Chin Yuan was at a loss. "What did you find out?" Li Yun pointed at Yu Xiong and stroked his beard with a smile. "These two young masters who managed to escape are incredible. They actually managed to rescue all the higher-ups who were trapped in the hands of Elder Mo. Half of them were rescued by this young master Yu Xiong while the other half were rescued by the young master you interrogated." Chin Yuan was dumbstruck when he heard those words. A muffled clap of thunder flashed through his mind, causing his mind to go completely blank. The chief manager said with a smile, "That's right. I really did not expect that there would be two unparalleled talents among the slaves who saved many of the higher-ups of the Greater One Sec. Chin Yuan, hurry and bring them here. The other half of the higher-ups are in his hands." However, Chin Yuan stood there motionlessly, his lips trembling. Finally, the chief manager and Li Yun realized that something was wrong with him. "Chin Yuan, the chief manager is asking you a question." Li Yun gave him a look. "Didn't you see that the chief manager was already unhappy? This is a good thing. Don't spoil the chief manager's mood." However, Chin Yuan's lips opened and closed. His forehead was full of sweat and he could not say a word. The chief manager's face darkened and he reprimanded, "Chin Yuan, are you unhappy with me?" The other party did not reply to his consecutive questions. Thump. Chin Yuan, who already felt that a great disaster was about to befall him, was so frightened that he knelt on the ground with a thud. His face was extremely pale. "Please spare my life, please spare my life." Everyone was stunned by this scene. Li Yun said, "Chin Yuan, what do you mean by this? Why is he begging for mercy all of a sudden?" Only Yu Xiongwan seemed to realize something. Her face darkened. "What did you do to Su Yu?" At once, the chief manager and Li Yun's hearts skipped a beat. Could he have done something to Su Yu? POW, the chief manager stood up abruptly and created a strong gust of air that blew Chin Yuan off the ground. Then, he grabbed Chin Yuan's neck with his palm, his veins throbbing. "If you don't tell me what happened, I'll strangle you to death right now." At this point, Qin Yuan did not dare to hide anything. Reporting to the chief manager, I was careless and killed him in a misunderstanding. What? Dead? The chief manager's eyes shone brightly. Where's the corpse? So what if he was dead? The key was the space storage device that contained the survivors. In the abandoned mine. Qin Yuan's face was full of despair. Where? The chief manager could not help but take a few steps back. Of all places, his corpse had to be in the abandoned mine. The 9 underworlds' evil wind blew there at all times. Even he did not dare to go too deep into the mine. Su Yu was just a junior and would not last long in there. You. The chief manager looked at Qin Yuan once again, wishing he could strangle him to death. He had not only caused Su Yu's death, but also the higher-ups of the faction whom he had painstakingly rescued. There were at least 7 or 8 hall masters inside. I'll kill you. The chief manager was furious. It was not uncommon for a hall master to find an excuse to kill a slave. In the past, he would not have bothered. But Qin Yuan had caused a huge disaster this time around. Please wait. Li Yun pleaded. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of killing Hall Master Qin? Why don't we let him atone for his crimes? The chief manager's anger could not be quelled. He threw Li Yun to the ground. You, go down to the abandoned mine immediately and bring Su Yu back. If you can't bring him back, don't come back. Go down to the mine. Qin Yuan's expression was as ugly as it could get. Was that a place where humans could stay? Moreover, he had to find Su Yu. But if he did not go, he would be dead on the spot. Yes, I'll go now, right away. Qin Yuan got up in a hurry and ran over without stopping. At this moment, he hated his meddlesome nephew. Without his request, why would he make things difficult for a slave whom he had no grudge against? Suddenly, he realized that before Su Yu was thrown into the mine, he had warned him not to overdo things, lest he regret it. Now, he understood that Su Yu had the confidence to say such things because he held the lives of so many strong fighters of the faction in his hand. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Yuan was so regretful that his intestines turned green. In the abandoned mine. Su Yu was thrown into the mine. What greeted his eyes was indeed an underground world that had been dug up to the point of devastation. At this moment, the underground mine was filled with countless evil winds of the 9 underworlds. A casual blow from it could take away half of a person's life force. Su Yu did not care at all, walking toward the depths of the mine. Gradually, a pale green light shone from the depths of the mine. Against the pale green light, the whole mine looked gloomy and eerie. Coupled with the roaring evil winds of the 9 underworlds, it really felt like he had entered the ghost prison of the 9 underworlds. Even though Su Yu was skilled and courageous, facing the legendary ghost prison of the 9 underworlds alone still made him feel numb. Forcing himself to calm down, Su Yu went deeper into the mine. Finally, he reached the end of the mine. Near the end, all kinds of tools that had not been collected in time were strewn about, even some 9 underworlds crystals that had not been taken away in time. There were also hundreds of skeletons lying quietly on the ground. It was obvious that when the mine was dug out, the 9 underworlds were dug out, and a large amount of evil winds of the 9 underworlds were attracted. It happened so suddenly that these people could not escape in time, and their lives were taken away by the sudden eruption of the rich evil winds of the 9 underworlds. At the end of the mine, Su Yu saw a gap the size of a head. On the other side of the gap, there was a deep, pale green color, and unknown screams were coming from it. Gusts of evil winds of the 9 underworlds were blowing out from the gap. Su Yu stood in front of the gap, a little unsteady, and was almost blown away by the evil winds of the 9 underworlds. What kind of place is the so-called 9 underworlds? Su Yu was very curious, and he immediately used his soul eyes to peer into the gap to find out what it was. In the end, when he went deep inside, the soul that he probed felt an extreme chill. That part of the soul quickly lost contact with Su Yu. At the same time, there was a piercing cold feeling that spread rapidly from that part of the soul to Su Yu's main body. Su Yu made a prompt decision to cut off the connection with that part of the soul. Whoosh! A dark emerald flame rushed over along the soul, burning until it was 30 feet away from Su Yu. Su Yu's main soul was in extreme pain, and it even froze. He shook his head fiercely, and immediately retreated, distancing himself from the emerald flame that was gradually shrinking to the other side of the gap. Suyu still had lingering fears. He had almost implicated his main body. With the power of that strange emerald flame, if he had really been implicated, Suyu would have died without a doubt. Could there really be a world of the 9 underworlds? Suyu was bewildered. This had completely subverted his previous understanding. It was rumored that the 9 underworlds was a place where people died. However, Suyu had mastered the realm of death, and he had long understood that people would not go anywhere after they died. They would only disappear into thin air, and then be reborn as other forms of life by the reincarnation cycle of energy. However, the strange world on the other side of the gap was really hard to explain. It was hard to imagine what kind of world it was. Chirp, just as Suyu was deep in thought, an eerie cry of a bird came from the other side of the gap. Suyu could still clearly hear the sound of wings flapping. Impossible, there are still living creatures in that world. Suyu was shocked. His soul had reached the level of Shen Dao Master. If that bird's soul was not affected by the emerald flame, wouldn't it be far more powerful than him? Whoosh, suddenly, a strange strong wind blew in along with the evil winds of the 9 underworlds. A large expanse of emerald flame was sent to the other side by the strong wind caused by the wings of the bird. Chapter 2487. At the same time, a faint snort came from the other side of the gap. How dare you barge into the ancient god realm of the underworld? Suyu shuddered. Among the 9 great ancient gods, there was an ancient god called Ancient God Joyo. Xiana was the successor of Ancient God Joyo. Could Ancient God Joyo have created an ancient god realm like Ancient God Jojo? Was the ancient god realm under the Greater One sect? Suyu was shocked as he thought about it. However, he had no time to think about it. The 9 nether emerald flames swept out rapidly, burning half of the mine. He dared not stay any longer. He immediately used the space realm to retreat. A moment later, he successfully reached the exit before the 9 nether emerald flames caught up. Although the exit was sealed, it was not difficult for Suyu to escape with his 8 great realms. Just as he was about to activate the 8 great realms, the seal on the exit opened by itself, revealing a large gap. Suyu was stunned, but he rushed forward immediately. As soon as he rushed out, the 9 nether emerald flames behind him followed, turning into a beam of light and bursting out. What he didn't expect was that there was a frightened figure standing next to the gap. Suyu's sudden appearance had obviously shocked him. Suyu, the man shouted in surprise. It was Qin Yuan, who was about to enter the abandoned mine to look for Suyu. However, before he could rejoice, he was engulfed by the 9 nether emerald flames. Ah! With a shrill scream, Qin Yuan's soul was frozen. Then, his soul was quickly destroyed, and his eyes dimmed. In just a moment, he could not be more dead. The 9 nether emerald flames were finally released after soaring into the sky. The mine gradually calmed down. However, Suyu still had a lingering fear in his heart. He stared at Qin Yuan's corpse in silence. The scene on the other side of the mine was unforgettable for Suyu. The so-called 9 nether world turned out to be the ancient god realm of the underworld. While he was still in shock, the Grand Master and a group of strong men from the faction rushed over after hearing the huge commotion. Qin Yuan, who was already dead, and Suyu, who was safe and sound. Brother Su. Yu Xiangwan was overjoyed. In the abandoned mine, the 9 nether evil wind was not the only danger. Although Suyu was not afraid, he might not survive. Unexpectedly, he was not injured at all. What just happened? Why did I sense an extremely cold and gloomy thing appearing? Yu Xiangwan asked in surprise. Suyu told her the whole story, leaving out the mysterious bird's words. When the great steward and the others heard this, their expressions instantly turned solemn. You're saying that a dark green flame that can harm souls appeared on the other side? The great steward's expression was the most solemn, and he even felt a hint of fear. Suyu nodded. Deputy Palace Master Qin Yuan was struck by the emerald green flames, and his soul was destroyed. However, the chief steward did not care about Qin Yuan's life or death at all. What he cared about was the emerald green flames that had suddenly appeared. Big trouble is coming. The great manager let out a long sigh. Su Yu was puzzled. After all, the Greater One faction had a strong pathmaster overseeing it. What would it be if it could be called a big trouble? Everyone, please leave quickly in case that flame appears again and injures others. The great manager personally sealed the entrance, then looked at Su Yu. You were also one of the people who carried out the mission 3 months ago? How many people did you save? Li Yun and the others looked over, their eyes filled with anticipation. If the hall masters he saved were comparable to Yu Xiangwan, then their losses would be greatly reduced. I was discovered by the demonic elder, and I couldn't save too many people in time. Su Yu looked regretful. Hearing this, the great manager, Li Yun, and the others could not hide their disappointment. Their expectations were too high. It was already a miracle that Yu Xiangwan had saved so many people. It was impossible for both of them to create miracles, right? All right, let them out. The great manager's worries were lifted once again. Hualala, a group of people was poured out from Su Yu's space storage device. In the end, the black mass of people poured out like mung beans from a bamboo tube. Ah! Hallmaster Chen, Hallmaster Chen, Hallmaster WN. My God, there were a total of 12 hall masters and deputy hall masters, and more than 30 elite disciples. Li Yun was shocked. The great manager's dull eyes lit up in shock. The rest, almost all of them were saved. They had only sent about 20 hall masters in total, and Yu Xiangwan had saved 7 people. Su Yu had saved 12 people, and only 1 or 2 were not saved. Yu Xiangwan was also dumbfounded, indescribably shocked. She had expected that the number of people Su Yu had saved would not be less than her, but she had never thought that it would be nearly half as many. The great manager laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, well done. In this way, the losses from the previous mission were almost zero. Su Yu's contribution to the faction was too great. What's your name? The great manager asked. Su Yu. The great manager laughed heartily, taking out a blank token and scribbling Su Yu on it. Not only that, he also inserted a shred of his unique dark path energy into the token, marking it with 5 stars. 5-star disciple. Li Yun looked on in shock. Many of the spectating goalkeepers were green with envy. The Greater One faction's goalkeepers were divided into 9 levels, from 1-star to 9-star disciples. After 9-star disciples were the faction's deputy hall masters. How many of the goalkeepers had been stuck at 3-star disciples all their lives? Su Yu, on the other hand, had gone from being a slave to a 5-star disciple. He had skyrocketed to become a mid-level disciple. Who wouldn't be envious and jealous? Yu Xiangwan had a bitter smile. Both of them had saved people, but he had only become a 1-star disciple, while Su Yu had become a 5-star disciple. The difference was too great. However, he did not blame Su Yu. Saving the many hall masters was Su Yu's plan. Moreover, they had captured people based on their own abilities. He was not as capable as Su Yu, so what was there to complain about? Congratulations, Brother Su. I might have to call you senior brother when we meet again. Yu Xiangwan smiled freely. Su Yu laughed, thanking the great manager on the spot. From now on, you will be under the jurisdiction of the armament division. The great manager smiled as he left with the injured. The expressions of the crowd changed. Their gazes toward Su Yu changed from jealousy and envy to gloating. Li Yun looked at Su Yu, wanting to say something but hesitating. He sighed and left with his hands behind his back. When the crowd dispersed, only Yu Xiangwan stayed behind with a solemn expression. Brother Su, there were many higher-ups in the Greater One faction from my hometown. I will think of a way to ask them to use their connections to transfer you out of the armament division. Her voice was low, and there was an unconcealable worry in it. Su Yu's expression had changed. He had read a lot of information about the Greater One faction. How could he not know where the armament division was? It was known as the tomb of the Greater One faction. No one who joined the armament division had lived for more than 3 years. Including the hall masters, they would die within 3 years without exception. Chapter 2488. This was because the armament division was where the Greater One sect fought for territory with the other factions. Once there was a change at the border, the entire armament division would be mobilized. Once mobilized, it would be a battle to the death. Hence, the death rate in the armament division was extremely high. In addition, in the recent 100 years, with the era on the verge of destruction, factions of all sizes had intensified the competition for resources, resulting in frequent wars. No matter how brave and skilled a member of the armament division was, they would not survive more than 3 years. You might survive this war, but what about the next one? What about the time after that? There would always be accidents, and once they happened, they would die. The armament division could be said to be the most important place in the Greater One sect, but it was also the place that no one wanted to go. Usually, other than the division master and deputy division master, the ordinary members were people that the faction did not think highly of. No one could understand why Su Yu, who had made such a huge contribution, was sent to the armament division where he would die. Brother Su, don't be too discouraged. I think the Great Keeper made this arrangement to convince the masses. Yu Xiangwan looked at the 5-star disciple token in Su Yu's hand. It is unprecedented for a slave to become a 5-star disciple. To prevent the faction members from criticizing you, you have been sent to the armament division for training. Perhaps, after a period of time, the Great Keeper will reassign you to another division. Yu Xiangwan's eyes were evasive. Su Yu held the token. Brother Yu, you and I are both sensible people, why do we need to lie to ourselves? In the eyes of the Great Keeper, Su Yu's life was like that of an ant, easily crushed. Why would he still remember Su Yu and assign him to another division in the future? He just felt that giving Su Yu the status of a 5-star disciple was too shocking, so he casually threw him into the armament division. He had no intention of continuing to observe him. Yu Xiangwan sighed bitterly. All right, as long as Brother Su understands. But don't worry too much. From what I know, the Greater One sect just had a war with another faction a year ago. There shouldn't be another war in the near future. Su Yu nodded. Take care of yourself. You have just become a disciple from a slave, so you will inevitably be troubled. You too. The two looked at each other and left. Su Yu held the token and reported to the armament division. The area where the armament hall was located was empty because most of the personnel were training and practicing outside the headquarters, preparing for war at any time. Only a few people in charge of internal affairs were still there. I'm Su Yu, a new member, Su Yu reported. The person in charge took Su Yu's badge expressionlessly and carved the word armament on it. At the same time, he gave Su Yu 10 time crystals. Your salary for this month. Ordinary hall disciples could only receive 3 per month. However, the armaments hall gave him special treatment. There were 10 of them. It could be considered as a form of sympathy for the disciples of the armament hall. Also, head to the north of the city immediately to participate in the training. Su Yu nodded and rushed over with the badge in his hand. From afar, he could see a large group of black-armored warriors standing in an orderly manner, listening to the lecture of a golden-armored powerhouse on the stage. After a year of training, you all already possess the basic qualities of a qualified soldier. The golden-armored powerhouse said in a deafening voice, in the next period of time, you will be divided into groups to compete against each other. The first place group will receive a rank increase in disciples, the second place will receive 1,000 time crystals, and the third place will receive 100 time crystal. It was extremely difficult for the other hall disciples to raise their own level. Usually, it takes 10 years for it to rise. But in the armament division, an ordinary competition could raise one's level. Moreover, the rest of the rewards were very generous, easily 1,000 time crystals. Ordinary disciples needed 30 years to accumulate so many time crystals. But thinking about it carefully, they were all people who were about to die. No matter how generous the rewards were, they would still die on the battlefield. Su Yu swept away the haze in his heart, his eyes suddenly brightening. It would take at least dozens of years to become a hall master in the Greater One sect, right? But in the armament division, perhaps the time could be greatly reduced. He suddenly realized that in the Greater One sect, the most suitable place for him was the armament division. The golden-armored powerhouses quickly divided themselves into 100 groups according to the number of people. Each group had 3 people. The groups have been assigned, set off. The golden-armored powerhouse gave the order. But suddenly, a shout came from one of the groups. Reporting to Hall Master 1, the 8-star disciple Ma Xiaoguang is not here. Our group only has 2 people. The golden-armored powerhouse's gaze was like lightning, his eyes cold as he shouted, "Where is Ma Xiaoguang?" His voice shook the air, causing the blood of the soldiers present to churn. Reporting to Hall Master 1, Ma Xiaoguang went out 10 days ago and has not returned, a deputy Hall Master level purple-armored powerhouse replied, his eyes evasive. The people of the armament division were never allowed to go out as they pleased. Not to mention that he had been gone for 10 days. There was only one reason: he had betrayed them. The golden-armored powerhouse's eyes were filled with killing intent. Traitor. Whoosh! An emerald account book appeared in his palm, with the names of every soldier on it. He found Ma Xiaoguang's location and used a pen to draw a line on it. A formless energy rushed out from the account book, disappearing into the horizon. Somewhere in the distance, a young man in ragged clothes suddenly let out a muffled groan as his body exploded from the inside out. On the stage, the golden-armored powerhouse indifferently kept the account book, coldly saying, "Betraying the Greater One sect, no matter how great your previous achievements, once you betray us, only death awaits. We will not tolerate it." Then, he looked toward the group that was missing one person. Just as he was about to make a decision, Su Yu suddenly landed, cupping his hands. Armament Division's new disciple, Su Yu, reporting. Su Yu stepped forward with the 5-star disciple badge in his hand, neither servile nor overbearing. The golden-armored powerhouse glanced at the badge, nodding. "Good timing. You will head to the 90th group. From today onwards, you will be a member of that group." "Yes. Division Master." Su Yu arrived at the 90th group. There were only 2 members left in the group. One was a cold-looking woman from the 100 Flowers clan, who had the fragrance of flowers all over her body. The 100 Flowers clan was a second-rate clan, highly respected, and skilled in using flowers. The other was a rebellious Taoist youth, who carried a green cloud sword on his back. He stood upright, his expression indifferent, as if he was 1,000 miles away from everyone. Su Yu's arrival caused both of them to furrow their brows when they saw him. They obviously looked down on Su Yu. A human. The woman from the 100 Flowers clan did not hide her disgust, distancing herself as if Su Yu, a human from a 9th-rate clan, would pollute her. The Taoist youth closed his eyes proudly, saying indifferently, "Only 5-star? You might as well not have come." Su Yu was secretly amused. Both of their cultivations were pretty good, as they were both at the later stage of the Great Venerable Realm. Their disciples' levels were also very high, as they were both 7-star disciples. However, if they were to fight to the death, they probably wouldn't last more than half a move against Su Yu. "You too, I am Su Yu. From today onwards, we will be members of the same group. I hope you can take care of each other." Su Yu smiled lightly. The woman from the 100 Flowers clan shot him a cold look. "If you want us to take care of you, you'll have to show us what you're capable of first." The Taoist youth nodded his head. "Oh." Right at that moment, a loud and clear horn sounded, signaling the start of the competition. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. He didn't need to show them his abilities. However, he had to get the first place. Chapter 2489. The bugle horn sounded. Many of the trained goalkeepers formed groups of 3 and spread out in all directions. The 100 Flower clan lady and the Taoist youth had a tacit understanding, walking side by side. They had no intention of bringing Su Yu along. Su Yu had just entered the army camp and did not even know what the competition was about. Seeing the 2 of them leave, unwilling to cooperate with him, Su Yu had no choice but to pick a group and quickly follow them. They traveled hundreds of millions of miles. The members of the group finally arrived at a large river. There was a boat with a black awning floating on the river. One could faintly see a highly intelligent puppet on the boat, its fighting abilities extremely strong. The 3 of them stopped by the river, staring at the black awning boat. "Senior Chen, the first puppet is right in front of us. Let's begin." The junior beside him was eager. But Senior Chen looked behind him, coldly grunting. "Sir, aren't you being a little too impatient by preparing to attack before you even get the puppet?" The other two turned back to see that after they stopped, Suyu, who was following closely behind them, also stopped. Suyu said calmly, "I just want to see how the so-called competition goes. If he wanted to attack them secretly, why would he follow them so openly?" Senior Chen creased his brows. "That better be the case. When we move, you better not do anything else. Otherwise, you alone might not be able to handle the three of us." Seeing that Suyu was indeed a newcomer, Senior Chen reluctantly believed him. Suyu smiled but did not speak. He leaned against a tree by the river, silently watching what they were doing. "Move." Senior Chen let out a low grunt, taking the lead and jumping onto the black awning boat. His expression was grave. Not only did he take out a Dao artifact, he also unleashed his domain. With a long sword in hand, he slashed the black awning boat from the middle. With a crash, the black awning boat was split into pieces. Only the puppet within was unharmed. It sat cross-legged on the surface of the river, a token with the word fire on it hanging from its chest. "If you want to get the divine fire token, that will depend on the abilities of the three of you," the puppet said, suddenly slapping its palms toward the surface of the river. The entire river was lifted into the air, like a 100,000 feet long snake. Wild snake spitting mist. The 100,000-meter-long snake soared into the air and spat out a large amount of water mist. Everything in its path was corroded by the water mist. Senior brother Chen shouted, "Sword edge horizon." With a sweep of his sword, waves of sword light rippled out like water ripples, repelling the mist. At the same time, the other two junior sisters also joined forces to attack. A ring-shaped Dao artifact and a domain technique attacked the puppet at the same time. Total annihilation. The puppet held the giant snake in its hand and spun it around madly. It drew a boundless trail in the air. Senior martial brother Chen's expression changed. He placed his sword in front of his chest to block this terrifying attack. Even so, he was still pushed back 3,000 feet. The two junior sisters were in an even worse state. They were shaken to the point of vomiting blood. "Senior brother, what's going on with this puppet?" The two junior sisters were astonished. According to past training experience, no matter how strong the puppet was, it would be difficult for it to defeat the three of them together. However, in the current situation, the puppet was suppressing all three of them without falling into a disadvantageous position. Senior brother Chen's expression was extremely gloomy. "I'm afraid we've run into heavenly puppets. Usually, only earth puppets would be fought in the competition. Only when the sects were about to fight would they increase the difficulty of the competition and place a few more powerful heavenly puppets. And heavenly puppets were existences whose cultivation had reached the level of Xian Dao Lord. They were not existences that the three yellow Dao Lords could contend against." "That's right, I'm a heavenly puppet." The puppet laughed heartily as it stretched out its palm, and a badge identical to the one on its chest appeared. "If you can withstand 10 of my attacks, you'll pass the trial, and I'll grant you 2 badges. 10 moves." "Yes." Hope reignited in senior brother Chen's eyes. He said, "Junior sisters, let's fight." "Yes." Knowing that they could obtain 2 tokens, the 2 girls regained their courage and fought with all their might. This time, the 3 of them used their Dao artifacts and domains. They even used up their powerful talismans. However, the puppet's strength still exceeded their expectations. After 5 moves, the puppet used its lawlessness and suppressed the 3 of them to the ground. "Too weak. You can't pass my test." The puppet withdrew its boundless magic power and said disappointedly. Senior brother Chen's face was full of indignation. They had sacrificed so much, but in the end, it was all for naught. The 2 junior sisters were dejected. Perhaps the supergroup known as the Sun, Moon, and Stars combination would be overjoyed to meet the heavenly puppet. But if they met it, they could only accept defeat. "Let's go to the next place." Senior brother Chen sighed. He had no choice but to give up. The heavenly puppet was indeed not something they could deal with. The heavenly puppet shook its head and sat down cross-legged again. Right at that moment, a teasing voice sounded. "Why don't you give me 2 tokens?" The heavenly puppet opened its eyes and looked at Suyu, who was walking over with his hands clasped behind his back. It asked, "Where are your teammates? I alone should be enough." There's no need to trouble the other two. Suyu stepped onto the river. The heavenly puppet nodded slightly. All right, but you only have one chance. Since you are alone, if you can withstand 3 moves from me, you will pass and get 2 tokens. Suyu shook his head lightly. 3 moves is too little. The heavenly puppet scowled. Seeing that you are alone, I reduced it to 3rd young master. Don't be content. Suyu stopped in his tracks and said indifferently, what I mean is, I don't need 3 moves to deal with you. What? The heavenly puppet thought it had heard it wrong. A teammate was boasting about taking care of it with 1 move. Senior brother Chen and the other 2 on the riverbank were also stunned for a while. They had not seen such an arrogant soldier for many years. Even the strongest member of the Sun, Moon, and Stars combination would not dare to boast about taking care of the heavenly puppet with 1 move. Haha, alright, I'll fight with you. The heavenly puppet laughed. It reached out with its hands again, trying to capture the river. However, it was surprised to find that no matter how hard it tried, the river beneath it did not budge an inch. It was like the earth itself. What's going on? The heavenly puppet was stunned. Suddenly, it seemed to have understood something. It lifted its head abruptly to look at Suyu and said in a deep voice, could it be that Suyu had suppressed the river and prevented it from being captured? Suyu's hands were still clasped behind his back. He said indifferently, do you want to use this river? All right, I'll give it to you. Roar. All of a sudden, the whole river twisted crazily, and it started to churn violently. Giant waves slammed into the sky, slamming the heavenly puppet onto the ground. Ah, you're lawless. The heavenly puppet sensed danger and roared loudly. A giant ball appeared in front of it, shielding it within it. However, layers of giant waves came crashing down incessantly, smashing the ball into pieces. The heavenly puppet was horrified. It stared at Suyu. You are Xian. As a puppet, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Amidst the giant waves, Suyu's figure could not be seen at all. Chapter 2490. In an instant, a frightening chill radiated in all directions with Suyu's feet as the epicenter. In just a few moments, the entire river, along with the heavenly puppet, were frozen into ice. The heavenly puppet maintained its shocked expression, standing there motionless. Looks like I've won, Suyu said. The frozen river thawed instantly. The sky-high waves crashed down from the sky. When the waves subsided, Suyu's figure was finally revealed. What caused senior brother Chen and the other 2 to suck in a breath of cold air was, Suyu was still standing there, his hands behind his back, not moving an inch. Senior brother Chen, who is he? He had easily defeated the heavenly puppet with just 2 moves. He did not even need to use his full power. This was several times more powerful than the Sun, Moon, and Star combination. Senior brother Chen's face was filled with shock, and he couldn't even speak. The defeated heavenly puppet was surprised. Then, it walked forward with a wry smile and presented 2 tokens. The divine fire token is yours. After saying this, it turned around and sank to the bottom of the river. Fumbling with the 2 tokens, Suyu slowly walked back to the shore, coming up to the 3 of them. Senior brother Chen subconsciously raised his guard, shielding his 2 junior sisters behind him. His eyes were filled with fear. What do you want? Swoosh! What senior brother Chen did not expect was that Suyu did not do anything to them. Instead, he threw one of the tokens to them. This token is yours. You just have to tell me the details of the competition. Senior brother Chen and the other 2 were stunned. They did not expect Suyu to give them a token so easily, just to ask why. Suppressing the fear in his heart, senior brother Chen said, this. Senior brother, the competition is divided into 2 parts. The first part is to obtain the divine fire tokens. The second part is to use the divine fire tokens to open a treasure chest. The treasure chests contain different amounts of crystals. Finally, each group will determine their ranking based on the number of crystals they obtain. That's all. Suyu had thought that the so-called competition would be filled with fights. How many divine fire tokens can a group get? Suyu asked. No limit. As long as you have the ability, you can get all the divine fire tokens. Upon hearing this, Su Yu realized that he had been too simple-minded. There would still be fights, centered around the divine fire tokens. The three of you must be very familiar with the distribution of the divine fire tokens, right? Su Yu asked. The three of them had come here directly, so it was obvious that they had participated in this kind of competition more than once. Senior brother Chen hesitated. Kind of. Their goal was to find 3 divine fire tokens. If he led the way for Su Yu, he would not have time to look for the other divine fire badges, and his ranking would definitely be at the bottom. Lead the way. Of the 10 tokens, I will take 70%, while you take 30. Hearing this, senior brother Chen was still in deep thought, but the 2 junior sisters were already overjoyed. With this extremely powerful human race powerhouse holding the line, who could win against them? Su Yu had no choice but to agree. We agree. The 2 junior sisters readily agreed. Senior brother Chen had no choice but to agree. The 4 of them reached an agreement and formed a temporary 4-man team to head to their next destination. When he arrived at the place, he found a puppet hidden in the lava. Su Yu did not reply. You brother Su Yu's words, he, Su, he with, they were. Su Yu did not answer. He glared at the puppet. What are you waiting for? Give it to me. What surprised senior brother Chen and the other 2 was that the fierce-looking puppet actually swam over obediently and gave the divine fire badge to Su Yu. Let's go to the next location. Su Yu took the token and left without looking back. Senior brother Chen and the other 2 felt like they were dreaming. That puppet was a great venerable realm puppet. Although it was nothing to them, this was not how they were supposed to play with it, right? Was it over with a glare? The 3 felt like they were dreaming as they led Su Yu to several locations. They did not stop at any location for more than a few breaths' time. Su Yu had not made a move from beginning to end, yet he had managed to intimidate a group of puppets into submission. Until they reached an icy peak. When they arrived, 3 figures were fighting a heaven puppet. In the entire armament hall, the only ones who had the ability to fight against the heavenly puppets were the number 1 team, the sun, moon, and stars. Their team leader, Ri Zhongtian, was the strongest. He was about to break through the Xian Dao master level and was a 9-star disciple. Every move he made was immensely powerful. Senior brother Chen saw the 3 of them and said solemnly, Senior brother Su, let's forget about this place. Since Ri Yueshing came first, we have no chance. The 2 junior sisters were the same. They did not want to fight Ri Yueshing head-on. What are you afraid of? Su Yu said calmly. Since it is a competition, we should have the courage to fight. They thought Su Yu was going to fight personally, and their spirits were lifted. To be honest, they could not figure out Su Yu's strength. Even when facing the heaven puppet, they could not figure out his moves. Perhaps they could feast their eyes on him now. You guys go ahead, I will hold the line from behind, Su Yu said. Us. The faces of senior brother Chen and the other 2 froze. Senior brother Su, it is not that we are belittling ourselves, but Ri Yueshing is indeed too powerful. Before they could finish, Su Yu waved his sleeves, and the 3 of them were swept away, falling behind Ri Yueshing. Ri Yueshing, who was fighting the heaven puppet, was furious. How dare you attack us while we are fighting the heaven puppet? Ri Zhongtian turned his head and shouted, I will hold off the heaven puppet. The 2 of you take care of those 3. Now that things had come to this, senior brother Chen and the other 2 could only bite the bullet and fight. Let's fight. The 3 of them gave it their all. They had expected that once they started fighting, they would be at a complete disadvantage. Unexpectedly, as soon as the 3 of them attacked, they found that the famous Yu Hun and Xing Fei were sent flying with blood spurting out of their mouths. What's going on, my body? The 2 junior sisters looked at their palms in shock. The power of a Xian Pathmaster had appeared in their palms, fusing with their bodies. Senior brother Chen looked back at Su Yu in shock. Could he be a Xian Pathmaster? But before he could think too much, Ri Zhongtian sensed that something was wrong behind him, and he pounced on the 3 of them with a furious roar. What trick did you use? Yu Hun and Xing Fei were only slightly weaker than him. They were the top existences in the armament division, so how could they be defeated? Senior brother Chen clenched his teeth and said, Junior sisters, let's join forces. The three of them attacked together, and the powerful Shen path energy suppressed Ri Zhongtian. Ri Zhongtian roared in anger and fought back with the heaven-shaking style. When he attacked, he seemed to have the power of a Shen path master. Senior brother Chen and the other two relied on the Shen path energy in their bodies to fight for a long time before they finally knocked him off the snowy peak. Yu Han and Xing Fei were also captured by them. Thank you, senior brother Su, for your help. Senior brother Chen turned around and bowed to Su Yu with cupped fists. Unexpectedly, Su Yu looked disappointed. You are too weak. It took you so long to deal with Ri Yueshing and Xing. His Shen path energy was much stronger than that of an ordinary Shen path master. He should have defeated Ri Zhongtian long ago if he had given each of them a wisp of it. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, he was not satisfied. Chapter 2491. They were both members of the armament division, but the gap between him and senior brother Su was too great. It was so great that he felt hopeless. He had only felt such a feeling from the master of the armament division. Su Yu looked straight ahead and came before Yu Han and Xing Fei. He then searched their bodies and found 6 tokens. Together with the 10 tokens he had collected along the way, he had a total of 16 tokens. Finally, he looked at the restless heaven puppet and waved at him. Hey, throw me those 2 tokens. He sounded like he was ordering a pet dog. What shocked Yu Han and Xing Fei was that the heaven puppet, who had fought with them just now, was as obedient as a puppy. Oh, okay, I'll give them to you right away. He threw the 2 tokens to Su Yu with both hands and hid immediately. It was as if he was afraid that Su Yu would attack him. The strange scene made Yu Han and Xing Fei's minds go blank. Now, Su Yu had a total of 18 tokens. Su Yu threw 5 tokens to senior brother Chen and said, "Guide Fi." The 3 of them were overjoyed. Including what they already had, they had 6 tokens, which was far beyond their expectations. Let's go back and open the treasure chests. Su Yu waved his hand and left with the 3 of them. As soon as they left the mountain, they ran into the woman from the 100 Flower Clan and the young Taoist man who were still searching for treasure chests. The woman from the 100 Flower Clan looked at Su Yu and Yu Han and Xing Fei beside him. You're quite smart, knowing to follow others and take advantage of the situation. She mistakenly thought that Su Yu had followed senior brother Chen's team. The young Taoist man was disappointed. Since it's a competition, you should have your own fighting spirit. What's the point of picking up scraps from others? Senior brother Chen recognized the woman from the 100 Flower Clan and the young Taoist man. Their team was second only to Ri Xing and Yu. Be it the defected soldier or the 2 of them, they were all powerful people. But after witnessing Su Yu's uncanny strength, the strength of the 2 people in front of them was not worthy of their attention. Hearing them mock Su Yu, senior brother Chen stepped forward and said seriously, "What nonsense are you talking about? Senior brother Su is..." He did not finish his sentence because Su Yu waved his hand and stopped him. Summer insects cannot be explained with ice, so there is no need to explain too much to others, Su Yu said concisely. It didn't matter what the Centauria woman and the Daoist youth thought of him, because he had never intended to treat the 2 of them as companions. Senior brother? The woman from the 100 Flower Clan raised her eyebrows slightly. She could sense something unusual in senior brother Chen's words. However, he immediately shook his head. Based on his preconceived notions, he felt that there must be some misunderstanding. It's good that you know your place. The heavenly spirit path, and I really don't want to have anything to do with you. The 100 Flower Race woman said bluntly, I hope that after this competition, you will voluntarily ask the Hall Master to switch groups. The Daoist youth said indifferently, it's important to know one's own limits. There's no benefit in trying to curry favor with the 2 of us. When it comes to the battlefield, it will only cause your death. He didn't even bother to hide his threat. The 2 of them were very resolute, and they refused to be in the same group as Su Yu. This was because Su Yu's performance had greatly disappointed them. As long as he worked a little harder, he could reluctantly accept it. However, they followed the other groups and ate the leftovers. They did not have the will to fight. What was the point of keeping such people? Senior brother Chen and the other 2 were dumbfounded. They looked at the self-righteous woman from the 100-Flower Clan and the Heavenly Spirit Path strangely. It was as if they were looking at a starving beggar who had thrown away a golden house. Or, it was a martial artist who had given up on the Gari Tian legacy. The woman from the 100-Flower Clan was puzzled. The group of senior brother Chen and the other two really made her feel strange. Did I do something wrong? Or is someone plotting against me? Are they waiting to laugh at me? With that thought in mind, the woman from the 100-Flower Clan left quickly, looking for the next puppet. Senior brother Su, you are so powerful. Why are you being bullied by these two idiots? The two junior sisters were indignant on Su Yu's behalf. The sun, moon, and stars had been destroyed by Su Yu with a snap of his fingers. The woman from the 100-Flower Clan and the Heavenly Spirit Path were nothing to him. He could scare them into prostrating on the ground with just a look. Do you think I'm angry? Su Yu's expression was very calm. Like how a giant elephant would be angered by the provocation of an ant. Of course not. The three of them immediately understood what Su Yu meant and sighed. An expert was indeed an expert. At Su Yu's current level, he could look down on all the other warriors. I hope you can keep the pleasant experience between us a secret forever. Su Yu looked at the three of them and smiled. Senior brother Chen and the other two nodded hurriedly. Who would dare say no? Otherwise, the experience would turn from pleasant to unpleasant. The treasure chests are all at Mount Fengsuan. Under senior brother Chen's lead, they arrived at the place where the treasure chests were placed. It was a mountain range filled with poisonous creatures, and danger lurked everywhere. The private rooms were scattered all over the mountain. Those who held the divine fire insignia had to personally go up the mountain to retrieve the treasure chests from the danger and open them. Next, they would have to split up. Senior brother Su, I am very fortunate to have received your care along the way. When we return to the faction, I will definitely pay you a visit to thank you. Senior brother Chen's original name was Chen Chenkuan, and he was very grateful. The two junior sisters also felt that this was like a dream, and they were very grateful. All right. The three of them split up. Su Yu held the 13 divine fire insignia, and each headed to Mount Fengsuan to look for the treasure chests. The danger of this place was not great for him. Su Yu was familiar with the route, and he found a few treasure chests. When he reached the middle of the mountain, he unintentionally heard a secret transmission. Because he had mastered the space realm, he was very sensitive to the transmission of sound. Jingxin heard it, and her expression changed slightly. Have the treasure chests been placed properly? A familiar voice entered Su Yu's ears. It was the voice of the military division's master. Everything is ready. The one who replied was a deputy master of the military division. The master sighed. The battles are endless, and the flames of war are rising again at the border. Sigh. Master need not worry too much. According to the faction's rules, you can be transferred to another division after staying in the military division for 10 years. It has only been a year since the last great battle, and there should not be any battles in the near future. The master shook his head. You do not know, it is said that the border, however, the hall master wanted to say something but hesitated. He seemed to be vigilant and stopped talking. He only said, let's choose the outstanding winner of this competition first. After the secret discussion, the two left immediately. When Su Yu heard this, he was shocked. From the master's words, it seemed that the border was not peaceful. On the surface, this competition was training, but in fact, it was to select the most capable warriors to carry out missions at the border. It would have been fine if he did not know, but now that he knew, how could Su Yu not take action? He immediately threw away all the treasure chests he had obtained, not leaving a single one behind. Compared to the promotion of a goalie's level, his life was more important. How could the border matter, which even the master was so secretive about, be simple? No wonder so many heaven puppets appeared this time. It turns out that there are unusual movements at the border, Su Yu thought to himself. 2 days later, the competition was over. Each member took the crystals they had obtained from the treasure chests and returned to the military division ground. The master and 2 deputy masters were already waiting there, arranging for people to carefully record the crystals obtained by each group. 100 Horse Path Group, step forward, the registrar called out to Su Yu's group. The 100-Flower Clan woman, Tianling Dao, and Su Yu stepped forward. The 100-Flower Clan woman and Tianling Dao took out a total of 50 crystals. They had gained a lot this time, obtaining 5 Divine Fire badges. Any more? The registrar asked. The 100-Flower Clan woman and Tianling Dao looked at Su Yu expectantly, but Su Yu only shook his head apologetically. You can't even get leftovers. The 100-Flower Clan woman was completely disappointed. She warned, remember what I said, don't follow us anymore. The registrar was gratified. 100 Horse Path is temporarily ranked first. Even with Su Yu's burden, they still easily won the first place. Su Yu sighed silently. This first place was not so easy to get. Then, it was Chen Chenkuan's group's turn. They uncharacteristically obtained 60 crystals, setting a new record and firmly occupying the first place. This greatly surprised many of the soldiers. The overall strength of Chen Chenkuan's group was only average, so it was unexpected that they could win the first place this time. The 100-Flower Clan woman and Tianling Dao were even more resentful of Su Yu. They had obtained 6 badges, but Su Yu had not even obtained 1 Divine Fire badge by following them. He was really incompetent. The following rankings were uneventful, and not many people were surprised. That was until Ri Yueshing's result, who obtained 0 crystals, completely shocked the audience. The golden-armored hall master's eyes were full of disbelief. He waved his hand and said, Ri Yueshing, the 3 of you come with me. I have something to ask you in private. Ri Yueshing followed him to the backstage. No one knew what they were talking about. But it was obvious that Ri Yueshing's expression was not good. Finally, when the tabulation was completed, the rankings were completed. First place, Chenkuan Group. Each group member will be promoted to a first-grade disciple. Second place, 100 Horse Path. Each group member will receive 1,000 time crystals. Third place, Yunladian. Each group member will receive 300 time crystals. The rest of the group members will receive 10 time crystals as a reward. The competition should have ended there, but the 100-Flower Clan woman of the 100 Horse Path said angrily, Hall Master, I have something to say. The golden-armored Hall Master nodded. Bai Lianxin, right? Speak. Bai Lianxin looked at Su Yu coldly and said, the new member of our group, Su Yu, is unable to cooperate with us. Hall Master, please make the decision and replace him. Hearing this, the audience was in an uproar. She was trying to embarrass Su Yu in public. Tianling Dao, what about you? The Hall Master asked another group member. Tianling Dao said without hesitation, I agree with Bai Lianxin. Su Yu is indeed not suitable for our group. He was being despised by the whole group. Many people were already gloating and watching the interesting events after the competition with great interest. The Hall Master finally looked at Su Yu and said, what do you want to say?